Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, January the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Sarah. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? Just in general, look at KWAP, guys. KWAP, China market is weak today. KWAP. So if you're looking at China stocks, a lot of them have pulled back. Stocks like NIO, LI, XPAV, probably virtually every China stock is going to look something like this. The only reason I could see is that the government did not reduce rates as much as they thought. That's the news anyway. So trying to cut their benchmark lending rates, but by less than expected. So consequently, the China market has fallen. And again, most of the big name China stocks are probably looking like this to start anyway. And before I get rolling, the trade of the week is SOUN. A little bit different to what Steve is suggesting is wait for a pullback to 320. This is a pullback to 320, which is what kind of the low was on Friday. Little bit lower than that. So wait for a pullback to 320. Hopefully that happens. Now, personally, I was able to actually do pretty well on this BOF in the pre-market. Saw the pop here, got over 5, actually right around here, pulled that back below 5 just barely, and then I decided to take it over 5. I'm sorry, it was right here. I'm sorry, on this candle here. So yeah, had the big pop, a little pullback underneath 5, got above 5 again, and just romped up almost to 7. And so I sold most of it just over 7, and then on the way down. Probably should keep watching this. This is an IPO from last week. Started trading, I guess, on Friday, and their news today was some kind of a deal with Walmart. Okay, so that is BOF. What I should do is put an alert around 560. I think it was priced around the 5 level. I think it. I don't. I wonder if I still have. I think I deleted all my price alerts. But I think it was priced around the 5 level, maybe like anywhere between 4 to 6. Certainly cheap, and obviously, and I shouldn't say obviously, but not too many shares were issued. So what else is happening? VCIG put out a press release, and they put AI in the press release. There we go. Announce it will distribute AI-based state-of-the-art socializer messenger. Okay, so anyway, that is not just it's military grade. Okay, so anyway, VCIG news for it. A low float, 2 million in the float. Lucy, some kind of a deal with Reebok. They've got what they call innovative eyewear. So LUCY, some kind of a deal with licensing deal with Reebok. No idea what you mean, LASIK. This is live, so I don't know what you mean. What value is the presentation from January? Probably none. It's all on our website, but I don't really know what you mean. NUWE. This is a pilot agreement with Davita. Okay, so that is the news for NUWE. Vera, keep an eye on Vera, guys. This was the one that had 2 fabulous days, pulled back for the last 2 days. So remember these days, we had 2 fabulous days and then a little bit of a pullback the last 2 days. If it can get over 15 again, the whole idea of this one is when you look left, look at that void. BOF taking out that high right here. Now this could be a crazy one. Okay, this GSM. Well, I gotta get the symbol right. I've written it down wrong. GSRMR. GSRMR. So GSRMR. It's one of these blank check companies. It's a SPAC. Cheap. I don't know. I can't quite tell what the reason for this is, but it's up 51%. So I'm going to keep an eye on this in case it does something crazy. Some of those SPACs last week, like the EDTX, they went crazy. Usually they're more expensive than this. Usually they're more around the $10 mark. But anyway, this is a GSRMR. And Cano, CANO. I think the CEO resigned. Is that another one? This was on Friday, so a leadership change. I guess this must have been after hours on Friday. So here is a reaction. Yeah, this was after hours on Friday. So that's the reaction, CANO. And on the way down, ACLX, this could be, well, it's bouncing now. And if William were here, he probably could tell us what else they have in their pipeline. FDA has told them to pause their clinical, or put on clinical hold with whatever drug they're testing right now. Lead product candidate hit by FDA clinical hold for multiple myeloma. Okay, so, but it has recovered hugely. Look at this, 26 back up to 33. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching a couple of things I've got thumbnailed. Vera making another new high. Boy, it takes out 15. And I'm not saying to take this trade, but you've got to look at this void. Okay, volume 83,000, 26 million in the float, so it's not high. They actually had some news on Thursday. Is that Thursday, the 17th? Results of phase 2B. They must have announced that on Friday. I'm sorry, on the weekend. Key level right now for Vera, guys. Key level. Now you can't trade it right now. You know, the bid ask is 1450, 1498, but once the market opens, we'll have to see if it can take out 15. It tried, I think it got right to 15. I got a 1502 last week. That was on Wednesday. Take a look at some of these China stocks to see if they're rebounding at all. Let's take a look at XBEV. Sort of a not. As you can say, that was a rebound up to 11, but it's pulled right back down again. Take a look at KWeb, though. Let's take a look at KWeb, see if it's rebounding at all. No, it is not. Now, PDD, I noticed, was very close to the 200-day moving average. Pretty close. Yeah, look at that. PDD close to the 200-day moving average kind of stock being knocked down with actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking this is a China stock. So PDD is on its way down. I thought PDD, unless this is just for tax purposes, looks like they're in Ireland. Thank you, William. Yeah, I'm not back in the BOF, but yeah, the BOF kind of had an idea maybe getting back in at 560-ish or so, but did not take the trade. Again, this is an IPO from Friday. And today they came out and said they got some kind of a distribution deal with Walmart. We used to see this a lot. Companies would come out with some kind of a deal with Walmart. At the beginning, you would see stocks really popping, but the last few meaning several months ago, really not a huge reaction. But maybe we're back into that little cycle again. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. I don't see anything interesting on the upgrade side. Let's take a look at the downgrades. Palantir, see downgraded by Raymond James, PLTR. All right, GTS downgraded by Goldman. Take a look at that one. GTS. All right, let's take a look at GTES, see if there's any reaction so far from the Goldman downgrade. A little bit, not very much volume yet, but there is a little bit of a reaction so far from the GTS downgrade by Goldman. Is DFLI the big one of the big flyers on Friday? Yeah, so they've done a financing, a $20 million financing at $2 a share. So it's underneath that financing price right now. That is DLFI. Had the big pop last week, way up to 444, right back down to 161. CVNA, let's take a look at CVNA. Tank is shorting at CVNA. And there are shorts available. Yeah, there are shorts available. Interactive brokers, 219,000. Well, for the ACLX, let me take a quick look to see how many shares are available. Interactive brokers. Yeah, there's a lot, 791,000. So I'm assuming this is fairly widespread in terms of the number of brokers that have shorts available for ACLX, but it's a pretty decent recovery all the way from 26 up to 33 so far. So we're in for a negative open, guys. The SPY has been trying to recover actually though since what time? Since about 4:45 Eastern has been trying to recover. The BOF 584 is the VWAP, so it's just kind of around the area. SPY is the Spider's S&P 500, just a good barometer for what the market's doing. Mateo. I didn't mention Dice, guys. Dice is a buyout by Lilly, LLY, buying Dice for $2.4 billion. Let's see if that had any effect on Lilly. Not really. Actually, it's interesting. Well, yeah, there are a ton of shorts available. Interactive brokers, over a million. Well, 1 million approximately for NCNO. This was the one that is this was the takeover? Yeah, it's yeah, report of takeover interest. Okay. Okay, Q2 gained amid report of takeover interest for peer. Encino. All right, that BOF, guys, BOF is getting right at the VWAP. 584 is the VWAP, so it's getting closer. Let's take a look at the sectors now. 918. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. Scroll down until I see show more, and then click on sector status. As I say, we're in for a negative open. So here's energy, guys. XLE energy. These are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% red. What does it mean? It means that every single stock that makes up XLE is down from Friday's close. Okay. Well, there's really not a positive sector right now, but I am way more interested again. Where are these guys with respect to their 200-day moving average? The we still have 2 week sectors, XLE. And so there's that blue line. So still below the 200-day moving average. I believe that retail on last week, I believe it popped above. Yeah, it's just kind of hovering around that blue line, hovering around the 200-day moving average as we speak, just a little bit below. Take a look at consumer staples, XLP. Yeah. So last week it popped above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. You sure it's going to be above the 200-day moving average also? Yep, popped above last week. Big one is financials, guys. I'm just going to take a quick look at financials, XLF. You can see exactly what happened. It's just right at that 200-day moving average. Now, as we speak, it is below as we speak. But last week it got to the 200-day moving average. But really, the two to keep an eye on, energy and financials. You know, Once they really clear the 200-day, if it happens, that'll mean basically all of the major sectors will be above the 200-day moving average. All right, there's AI, of course. Now, I don't believe these topping tails, guys. Take a look at the SPY. The same thing is happening. Okay, so these are these weird prints. Okay, so these topping tails are not real. Yeah, we're going to see probably. So, yeah, look at these. Look at all these topping tails. I don't know, Tank, if you went on your CVNA short, but not real. Okay, guys. See if anything new is sneaking in here. Quote QUOT. QUOT. Not a low float to combine with Neptune Retail Solutions. Do they say AI? Oh, I see. They're combining. So this is kind of it's a sort of a business combination here. Yeah, Matteo, you should Google that. Just like Zen is. I mean, the SPY is one of these universally recognized way to kind of track what's happening with the overall market. Okay, that's why I have it always here. You've been around for quite a while here. I'm surprised you don't know that. 'Cause I talk about it every single day. Oh, let's see. Anything else? I did see this ICAD, actually pretty decent volume, but when I saw it, I looked at all these topping tails and bottoming tails as an ugly looking daily chart. ICAD, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So kind of disregarded it. Unless it could take out somehow, get above 165. Probably should just put an alert there just in case it does happen. I'm looking at a weekly chart for ICAD. You can kind of see if it took out 165, the next high looking left is about 230. Look what happened with Vera, guys. Vera got right into 15. I mean, No, so you think I'm crazy about these whole numbers, but look at this. High of 1498, high of 1497, high of 1497, high of 1498. I mean, it's just a number, okay? But psychological to take out that 15 so far for the Vera, VERA. Anything on the downside? Only saw one little earnings play, probably not even worth talking about it, but let's take a look. I think it was EM. EM is a really cheap earnings play, dollar stock right now, popped above the 200-day moving average. EM. LILM, guys, LILM. I mean, it's been on the run. This is a stock that I actually followed quite a while ago, probably I don't know, even a year and a half ago. One of these vertical takeoff and landing stocks. They're out of Germany, but just absolutely got crushed all the way down to 35 cents. So over the last couple of months, it's gone from 35 to 142. Thanks, Paul. I never really even tell people to do that. I kind of forget. Yeah, if you like it, press the like button. We're talking about our YouTube, the crew that is in YouTube. Boy, the BOF guys, BOF is hanging over the VWAP now. BOF hanging over the VWAP is when I traded in the pre-market. Not in it anymore. All right, guys, we got about a minute and a half before they open. Another China stock, JD. So again, if you're going to trade China, any China stocks today, unless they have news specifically on their own, just make sure you've got KWEP up and running. This is going to tell you. So, I mean, KWEP is approaching that 200-day moving average. Well, Profit, if you can't hear me, beat me to it, Pepe. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for the open, about a little over half a minute. Let's have a great start to this abbreviated trading week. Okay. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down. Okay, there's VOF, guys, VOF. But I am definitely waiting. I'd like to wait at least 15 minutes before I do something. Now, that doesn't count in the pre-market, obviously. Anytime I make an exception, if I do get something in my 10-day daily breakdown and it happens to be an all-time low, sometimes I will take a trade in the first 15. But right now, I like to just bide my time. I did see PGen. Yeah, again, choppy, 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 choppy. Look at this daily chart for PGEN. All right, AAOI, guys, AAOI. It's above Friday's high. Been on quite a multi-week run, starting at 163, 516 now. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the fifth week. So 4 weeks, it's had a tremendous run. AAOI. And we have our first halt of the week. CGTX. CGTX halted on the way up, actually, after the big drop, and then halted on the way up. CGTX. BOF. Again, I'm not going to take anything in the first 15, but for those less conservative than I am, BOF looks like it's trying to hold 6. Play BITF. BITF. Or I'll call it a crypto play just to generalize. What is crypto doing right now? BITO? A little bit of a move here. All right, ACLX, I think it's challenging the v-wap. ACLX is challenging the v-wap. 3287, 3287, so just a little bit below the v-wap now. Yeah, so the tan color, just one moment. Question is, what are these colors referring to? My 15-minute chart. The mauve area right here, that's after hours, so that would have been after hours on Friday. Tan area is the pre-market. Okay, so that's the pre-market. If you don't have that, all you have to do for your charts, you just have to, if you go to properties, show pre-market, show post-market if you want. Just check them. Some don't like it. I do. I like to see what happened in the pre-market in relation to what's going to happen once the market opens. Yeah, well, normally that's not the way Steve when you got the email, not too many pullback plays. He said wait for the pullback to 320. Now, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But okay, guys, just kind of watching this ACLX is still kind of hovering around the VWAP. Chris Varley's PLTR. Didn't know Chris was in it. I know I got a downgrade this morning, but let's take a look at Palantir PLTR. Raymond James downgraded it. Let's see why. Or is this going to be one of those can't see the data? Okay, so these are words that analysts use. So they got a downgrade to outperform from strong buy. Okay, so in theory, I mean they still like it. I think it's going to outperform, but this is all analyst speak. Okay. Okay, so ENVX has showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Obviously, it's above Friday's high. And the next high looking left looks like it's above that now. 1548, or it's at that high looking left. If it can take out 1548, the next high on the weekly chart is 1939. So this has got some, how much volume? Decent volume, 8 times normal volume. And that is ENVX. All right, there's the VCIG. Put AI in their press release this morning. Very choppy though, guys, so be careful. Very choppy. Choppy meaning look at topping tails, look at bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. Now, if you forget the pre-market, the next high looking left was 342, so that's done. 586. Yeah, looks like 586 is the next high looking left in the daily chart for VCIG. I think Palantir's put something about AI a while back, but don't quote me on that. But I think they did. So again, VCIG, 2 million in the float out of Malaysia. Poor Steve. A lot of times what he would have said was, well, I don't know. Maybe he would have said, wait till it takes out the high Friday. But anyway, there's SOUN. But the suggestion was to wait for a pullback to 320. Now, it could still happen later on. Here's this crazy COHR guy. So stop trading for a couple of months as COHR back here. Resumed again. I don't know if new company just took over the symbol. I'm not sure, but anyway, there's COHR. It's had a great week last week, and if traders don't, I mean, they're probably looking at this. Oh, could it? Is this the void up to 260? Possible question to answer, LD. How's the AI trading going? The reason being is I just use it like a watch list, so I don't trade it. Certainly as a in auto trade mode. So everybody uses, in my opinion, people use the AI in different ways. But if you're talking about auto trading, well, we're not allowing that. So you want gold? Wow, what's happening with gold here? Look at gold, Barrick, American Barrick, very well. It used to be called American Barrick. Look at gold, GOLD, stock, the stock. But let's take a look at GLD in general, see what's happening to gold. Yeah, gold is on the decline a bit anyway. Okay, so again, this VCIG is kind of all over the place. What I would do is stick an alert, 342. I'd stick an alert, well, just over 4 and see if it can take it out later on. Oh, definitely stuff is happening with gold right now. How about silver? I used to watch, was it AQB? Silver? No, no, AQ something, I think. I can't remember now anymore. All right, ACLX is doing its best to hold that VWAP, guys. ACLX doing its level best to hold the VWAP. 3285 is the VWAP. You can see where it got to, a little bit below it, but it's trying to hold it. Well, guys, I resurrected my options plays last week, and look at SOUN. Again, I'm sharing this on my homepage. There's SOUN. Unfortunately, the idea was to wait for a pullback. Open. I see Great Scott, open. Okay, in our YouTube room, mentioning open, and there's open showing up actually in the option plays also. Now, take a look at open. To me, it would have to take out 350. If it can take out 350, then the next high is around 4. And if it can get through 4, then your next high is around 5. So there's certainly some room, but I would have to wait for a 450 break for open, OPEN. Again, that ACLX is just hovering right around the VWAP, guys. ACLX, right around the VWAP. 3285, 3280. And again, the reason for this decline today is the FDA put a halt clinical on their clinical trial. Here's a Bitcoin play, I think BTBT. Okay, VCIG, big level, 411, over 4. See if we can hold 4. Pre-market highs were 461. But more importantly to me is the daily high is 586 on the daily chart. Hey guys, ACLX looks like it's trying to give up this VWAP, but it's still right around the area, the VWAP area, 30, call it 3280. Yeah. So Dice, I know showed up on our AI, but this is a buyout, so I don't expect very much action. DICE. Okay, guys, open getting closer to that 350 mark, OPEN getting closer to that 350 mark. Again, I'm starting to watch this, my options plays again. And this is just showing stocks with abnormal option activity. So look at the option volume today, 15,000 so far, which is basically double on average what it's done over the last 10 days. Okay, guys, there goes the VCIG. Low float, 2 million in the float, so be careful. Lots of volume, 17 million. Put AI in their press release this morning. This is what you're talking about, circulating pig farmer capital short report. Okay. Well, that's what they're calling it, pig farmer. Okay. Yeah, so I do see that this is in the AI, but to me, there's just so much resistance between here and 420 for QUOT. So I just can't get too excited about it. BCIG guys, well, it's moved since the four break. It's moving pretty nicely. Again, if you took this one, 460 is the next level. That is the pre-market high. It could easily stall there. And speaking about AI just in general, well, AI, the stock, just a tough intraday trader. I know I say that every single day. Got up to 47.56. It's dropped $3 now. Okay, guys, ACLX looks like it's really trying to give up that VWAP now. 3283, 3283. Got a bit of a spread issue with it. 3241, 3266 on the bid ask. Yeah, 4282 now. So they're making it kind of difficult to trade this. And I'd like to take this ACLX on the short, but they're really making it difficult here with that spread. And yeah, they're making it very difficult right now. Now it's over the VWAP again. So I'm just going to forget about this one for a while anyway. The ACLX. Well, that ACLX is playing with me here. 3256.83 now. Okay, here's another one showing up in my option scanner, guys. 30 LPSN. This has got some room. Let's see, 441. Yeah, 441 is the next high looking left. No, 410 actually, and then 441. So it's got a little bit of room. And this one's showing up in the option scanner also, but on the way down, I don't like it. I don't see enough room for it to move down. LPSN guys taking out 4 now. If there's any news on this one, LPSN. Okay, ACLX guys is looking better now. For short. 80 Lilium. Okay, let's take a look at LILM. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that really I'm loving, guys. I mean, the LPSN would have been a lot better if the next high looking left wasn't 443, if it was more up here around 5. So I'm just going to have to bide my time. Now, Lennar, Len, I think that was an earnings play last week. Home builder, of course. Yeah, June 14th. So I had earnings last week and continuing is an all-time high. Lennar, Len, all-time high. All right, guys, here we go. ACLX just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Also, ACLX just showed up. Still a bit of a spread issue, but if that ask ever catches up to the bid, it's like 1.2 million shares. Okay, there's VOF. 1.2 million were issued, and six. I thought it was between 4 and 6. Okay, so that was on Friday. Asking about the float for BOF. My thoughts. I don't like it. QUOT. Yeah, I don't really like it. I don't. Well, I mean, Joe, I mentioned before. I think between here and 420, there's just too much resistance. So I'm not interested. Doesn't mean it's not going to pile right through all that, but I just don't like the resistance that's nearby for QUOT, in my opinion. FNGR had a big day. Well, a few big days last week, actually. 3 big days before it pulled back on Friday. And it's pretty choppy right now, FNGR. There's a buyout offer in quote. Okay, didn't know that. EOT, I didn't know that. Let's take a look, see if I can find that headline. Yeah, you're right. Neptune Retail to acquire quotient, 430 million. So $4. So yeah, it's dead. $4. Thanks, Philip. All right, somebody mentioned space. So space is actually now showing up in the options volume. So last Friday, this got up to 597, almost six. Of course, this was the but look what it did. I mean, it sold right off, got right down into the 200-day moving average. They're talking about finally having some commercial flights available, I think at the end of this month at $450,000 a pop or thereabouts. Okay, LMD, Lemonade, LMND, sorry, right at the 200-day moving average. Let's see what happens here. Will it hold it? That's the blue line on my daily chart for LMND. Will it hold it? This is not a low float either. For space, about a quarter of a billion in the float, 247 million in the float. Yeah, this is pretty strange. A sub that went looking to view the Titanic has gone missing. All right, guys. Well, you're talking about AI and a potential bounce. Well, let's see. Is there any interesting level that it's gone to that it might bounce from? It's gone negative, actually, well below the VWAP. That is a big sell-off, guys. I mean, 47.50 down to 43. So about almost a $4.50 sell-off. CVAC, CVAC, guys, CVAC. Let's take a look left and where it could go. So the next high, really 1246. So the next high actually is 1116. If it can get through 1116, then on the weekly chart, the next high for CVAC is way up there at around 1250. So I am going to stick an alert at around 1116 and see if it can take that out. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Boy, look at all these gold plays, guys, making a 20-day range lows, 20-day range lows. AU Gold, Nugget, GDXJ, JNUG, GFI, Hecla. Is that silver, MAG? Yeah, silver. I mean, AEM, all these precious metals, WPM, gold. Wow. Big breakdown through the 200-day moving average also for AEM. Well, I sort of dismissed ICAD earlier, guys. ICAD. I didn't like the way it was trading in the pre-market. All these up, but I still don't love it. I think the next high is 164. Ah, that's right. I do have a price alert set at around 164. If somehow I can take out 164, then the next high is around 230. That's on the weekly chart. Okay, guys. LPSN getting above this 4 level again. The next high again at 410. I thought I put a price alert there. I did not. So I'm going to stick a price alert there because if I can get through 410, then the next high on the daily chart is 441. Not bad. And here's the Tesla, TSLL. So you don't want to buy Tesla. but you want to participate in its move up. This is an ETF that was created 1.5 times, so it's a little more probably the different. Well, let's just take a look at Tesla right now. So this one right now is up 3%. Let's take a look at Tesla, TSLA, and see what percentage move it has made so far. The answer is, yeah, 2%. So it's a little bit more. Okay, on the way down, H kit. Yeah, it is shortable. Looks like it's going to get halted. Looks like this is going to get halted on the way down. HKIT. I would almost say for sure it's going to get halted. There it is. There's your halt for HKIT. Look at Cardo, CR coming into some, could be coming into some resistance right around that 19 level. So I'm not that interested. CRDO. Hey guys, so I am in this ACLX, okay? But it's, yeah, I mean, it spread's okay right now, but I've been holding on for a bit here. It's a little, I'm a little bit in the money right now on the ACLX, but I'm looking for a way bigger collapse. Right at the VWAP, I think, ACLX. Underneath the VWAP, 3273. So yeah, it's just underneath the VWAP. So I'm in around the 3265 mark. So, I just been kind of hanging on. Yeah, they no bounce yet for that AI, not really. Now this one was showing up on my auction scanner, CNK on the way down. Just didn't like it because to me, it's too close to 16. Now, if it can take out 16, the next low is around 1550. I'd just like to see a lot more room. Okay, guys, here's the CVAC. The CVAC is showing up on my option scanner, and this is the one. Okay, this is interesting, very interesting. It's at that high right there of 1116. The next high is 1253. So let's see if it has any sort of run in it right now. There was my alert, 1116. Forget about QUOT, Frank. It's a buy at 4, okay? I would forget about it. I know it's on the AI, but I would just kind of forget about it. Even if it had not been a buyout, because I didn't know it was a buyout when I first saw it. Looking left, 4, 409, 418, but it's a buyout. All right. Well, just because I thought ICAD was an ugly looking chart right now, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, guys. Okay. 231 is the next high looking left. 164, actually, 164, and I think it might have got there. Got up to 165, pulled back. So I am resetting my price alert. Oops, make it at 166. See if it takes it out again. Okay, so I haven't even checked the SPY, guys, but the SPY has been a bit of a decline over the last almost 45 minutes. Okay, so here is the ICAD, ICAD. Hey, another another trigger. Vera, guys, Vera. Can it hold 15 this time? Because again, look left on that weekly chart has a ton of room. Had a big week last week, had a pullback the last couple of days, but on Thursday and Friday, but had a big Monday, Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday. All right, guys, I'm kind of watching this ACLX. I'm basically flat on this thing right now. I want to see if it can just give up that 60 again. The CVAC is working okay. Nothing great yet. There's another one on the short side, guys, from the option scanner. AHT, same thing. I mean, I'm not seeing anything that has a ton of room when I look left. Ah, I didn't take it, guys, but there's the Vera. Vera on the way here. What's the spread like? Yeah, again, 13.22. Not terrible, but not wonderful. But it did take out that high of 2 days ago, 3 days ago, which was around 15. Oh, let's see back. Make your move. DFLI. Well, DFLI did a financing, so I think the financing was at $2. So yeah, I mean it's trying to bounce a little bit here, but it raised 20 million at $2, I believe. $2, yeah. So you've got that overhang. Ugh, okay, guys. I mean, I'm just waiting for well, ACLX. I'm just waiting for the big break underneath. Say, get into the 40s, maybe the 30s, and I think I might get it moving down. But good, U.S. dollar going up. Good. Well, I mean, what you're trying to play a bounce on DFLI? I mean, this is a lifetime low, number one. Okay, so I mean, it's a lifetime low. They did financing at two. I had a glimmer of hope a few days ago when it got up to 450, 144 now. I mean, it's a lifetime low. It's just not the type of thing I look at. Yeah, you're seeing the room though because of the financing. So okay, guys. I'm just okay. Now we got to move maybe now for the ACLX. Maybe a bit of a move here. Just get that ask to catch up to the bid. We're at 33.47. And I'm talking about the bid ask, 32.33, 32.47. I can't end up doing ICAD. All right. Well, I had a little pop up to the 170 level, but it's pulled right back down underneath that high here. So it still has to get through that high in a bigger way, 164. I'm talking about the ICAD. Hey guys, I took myself out of the CVAC right now, a small loss. I may get back in if it gets back up to the maybe the 1130s. So I'm going to stick an alert there for CVAC. I just don't quite like the way it's trading, but I do like the way this one is trading now, the ACLX. So let me put an alert up around here, around the 27 mark, maybe. If it happens later on. Got a little profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. All right, ACLX. So you take out 32 now. The only one that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now it showed up at 32.25 and it popped up a little bit, but boy, if it can take out 32, I mean, I got all the way down here, 26. I'm not saying it's getting down to 26. And it had news. Okay, FDA putting a halt on their trial. You guys are talking about Caravana, CVNA. Nice short. Yes, I don't know where you got it. These three topping tails could have probably taken. Oh, come on now, CVAC. You're making me okay. Well, we'll take a look at it again. Okay, guys. Well, back in it. Let's see what happens this time. So, got a decent fill. GTES, isn't that they had a downgrade? Was it Goldman? GTES, or was that an upgrade? A downgrade, I think, from Goldman, right? Guys, I bounced myself out of that ACLX. It's just too whippy for me. I made just a little bit. It was pretty awesome for a bit there. I thought it might take out 32, but no go. Oh, there we go, guys. Come on, CVAC. That's somehow not as much as I wanted. VSIG, guys. VSIG, VCIG, VCIG. Okay, I was able to get more out than I now for the CVAC. Still have some left. I want to see how much more of a run it has. All about looking left, guys, for me anyway. Just look left. Look at all the room it had. On that, of course, the Vera, which I'm not in. I'm afraid to look now. Vera, VERA, and yeah. Well, good for you guys. I did not take it. I was too much concentrating on the ACLX and the CVAC. But Vera definitely looks pretty good. And that again, just look left. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. 1947 or so. 1955 actually is the next high on the weekly chart for Vera. All right, guys, 10:35. So I think what I'll do right now is go over my homepage, some of the information you'll find on my homepage. We still have a nice promo on. Wow, look at VCIG now, guys. I'm not in that one. That was an awesome one, really, off that four break. Okay, I put the test drive promo in. Now you can find it on my homepage also, but here is the code. Okay, you can click on that link, and there it is, test drive 25. You get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Now, if you're unsure about this product, you can always just try us out for that month. You get the 25% off. And if within 30 days you decide, yeah, I'd like to have an annual, and the reason for taking an annual, obviously, is because your per monthly cost would be lower, then we'll honor the 25%. Okay. So again, you can try us out for a month, and then you'll get the 25% off. Remember, it's only off the first month. But if you decide you want the annual, within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. A moment. All right. So I just put my homepage link in several areas. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to find. So there's the promo again. So you could go to my homepage and do it, or you could take that link that's on its own and do it to take out that 25% off subscription. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do the don't please do. You must do the get started. You must do it. Okay. It'll run through your first download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Important intro to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Now, if you're new to trading 101, it's a course that Michael Noss put together. Now, Michael will be in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1, and Michael will be there today. So you can ask him about this if you want. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section here. Here's our user guide. There's the getting started again. More detail, more in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing that you see here. Okay. I'd also learn about how to put a price alert on a chart. There's the getting started series again. So as I said, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Tuesday today, it should be Michael Noss. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in, and I'll also confirm that it will be Michael. Okay. And last, here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Look at CVAC, guys. Take out that. Take out 12. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is what I've been using. This race that you see here, right here, biggest gainers from the open is on the top. I am sharing another race. My breakouts and breakdowns, this is what gave me ACLX early. And it worked out not bad, but nothing great. Here are all the breakouts. Give me a moment, please. Here is the Halts resumes that you can see right here. Okay. So there are the 10-day daily breakouts and down. I've been talking about my option scanner. Option plays. Now it doesn't scan for options, okay? But what it does, it shows you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. In other words, let's say a stock that normally over the, let's say the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts. For me to see that stock today, there's various levels, but some level it could have to trade 3 times that. So in other words, it would have to be 15,000 contracts. So it just zeroes in on stocks having abnormal option activity. Okay, but I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. So if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use that, either that standalone link or go to my homepage and take out a subscription. Also, if you save my homepage, you'll have access to my scans and that big education section anytime you want. Okay, let's see. How ugly is this one? H kit. Ah, I'm not in this one. This is the one I really should be in because of the percentage move from 4 to 5. And does have some room still. 586 is the next high. Looking left. But we're still in that sort of a market, guys. So VCIG, if you're wondering why is this up? No, no. Well, there is a reason, if you will, but they just put AI in a press release this morning, and that's all it's taking. It's all it's taking. Man. Oh well. Hopefully some of you took it. The next high again, looking left, is 586. If it can get through that, well, the next high is 652. Hey guys, I'm looking at what happened, some of the breakouts. So there's that ENVX earlier, but some short seller decided to pound it. The AAOI end up doing. So mixed bag on the these three here, but really good on the VSIG, the CVAC, and the Vera. These three, the last three, again, they're all going to work. Of course, they're ideas. Okay, guys, let's see. Still have some CVAC. You're holding out to see if it can take out 12. Lyra, Lyra. Let's see what's happening with this one. Lyra. Okay, through the 200-day moving average. So that is one thing. Low float, 20 million in the float. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news. Not in love with it. Between here and four, to me, there's just a little too much resistance. If I could get through four, then it's got some room to five. That is Lyra, but oh, FRGE. Oh, this is interesting. Straight up. Didn't see this one on this move. The probable reason is the volume is not 500,000 yet, but FRGE, so it's above last week's high and the week before that and the week before that. Next high looks like it's around 254. Okay, so this did just show up on my 10-day daily breakdown, the H kit, but boy, there are some shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 25,000, but this has just been hammered down a little too much, I think. All right, guys, I'm out of everything now. Out of the CVAC. Now just looking to see what else might be of interest to me anyway. Okay, 23andMe. Me is showing up on the option scanner. Oh, I see. Not much of volume, 681 contracts, but that's 2.3 times normal. This is an all-time low now for me. I guess people just don't care to find out where they're from. Too scary. Oh, there's actually a big bounce for HKIT, and it's halted on that bounce. Almost a dollar bounce very in a short period of time against the halt. Boy, oh boy. I mean, this another. I guess I have to call it a miss for me because I've been watching this one for several days now. Vera, too wrapped up on the other ones, but on that 15 break for Vera, ton of room, of course, ton of room on that weekly chart. How much for that Reebok deal for Lucy? Market initial reaction. very enthusiastic, all the way up to 322. Pulled all the way back and now has gone negative for the day for Lucy, LUCY. Okay, ACLX is, I don't know, it's kind of teasing me again, but I just find it too choppy. It would really have to take out 32 for me to get interested in it. So I'll just stick an alert at 32. NVEE? Yeah, they're talking about NVEE. It's not showing up on the scanner. The reason being is that it's out of the price range, most of my scanners. But yeah, to explore a possible sale. Bitcoin play, guys. Hut, HUT. Now this has some room. 373, I believe it. Yeah, 373. Next high looking left. But it's a Bitcoin play. The only reason I say but, because, obviously very tied to whatever's happening in the sector. So if you're going to take this one, if I'm going to take it, I have to pay attention to what's happening with BITO as an example, unless HUD has some specific news on its own, which I do not see. I do not see any specific news for it. Okay, LPSN at that really important level, 410. Look at the daily chart. So it does have some room to 441. So what's that, about an 8% move? I'm not saying it's going to get there. Well, I don't know anything about, well, I know what Sophie is. What, for a swing trade? Where are you in? If you're in on a swing trade, where are you in? I listen, I'm no financial advisor. I mean, but Sophie's been on a nice run, but the last 4 days, 5 days, it's been dropping. So the 3 days, so you're in here in the what, almost a 10 level. I mean, the best you could have done would have been 930. Where's your stop? 984. Okay, so where is your stop? All right. Well, I'm not going to tell you to no, you should sell it because it's close to your stop. But I mean, it's if you have a manageable loss, if it goes to 8, you can handle it. I don't know. I mean, it's trying to bounce a bit here. So you had about a $2 stop. So that meant you had an expectation of making at least $4 on the trade. So could that have happened? I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, see, to me, when I look left on that weekly chart, the next high I would see would be 1010 and then 1051. Consequently, for me, I would have not, I'm not trying to dump on you, but I would not have taken that trade because I would not see enough room looking left, that it could move $4 until it hit any sort of resistance. So, so that's that's my take on it anyway. Well, don't. I'm not saying to dump it. Absolutely not. I'm not saying you've got an $8 stop. I mean, I'm assuming that with a $2 loss, that's a manageable loss. You haven't, you're not going to lose well, depending on your account size, that it's a manageable loss. But I think next time you take a trade, I don't care if it's an intraday trade or a swing trade, maybe try to do that same kind of analysis. If you're going to take a trade with a whatever the stop is, double the stop, the difference between your entry and your stop, and look left. Do you have enough room? Can it keep going for at least a 1 for 2 before it hits any resistance? And if you don't see that, then I wouldn't take the trade in the future. That's about the only advice I'll give. One moment, please. Okay, here's one with a little bit of room. Okay, do I have shorts? Yeah, I've got some shorts for this one. CIFR, and it's got a little bit of room when you look left. 240, 250 from 283 on it. So on a percentage basis, that's not bad. All right. So I took that at about a 10-cent stop. So I have a reasonable expectation of getting it down to 262. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's how I'm working this trade on the short for CIFR. Wow, VCIG. Big move without me. Now, why the CIFR? There it is, 283. Okay, there's anything in yellow or brown is a potential short on my option scanner. Okay, guys, tomorrow when we see a press release for one of these low float and they put PR, they put AI in the press release, have to follow it really, really closely. Sort of getting into that again, even though AI, the stock itself, is not really running at all. other than down. Okay, how about gas? GASS. What is it doing? GASS. Ugly looking weekly chart. However, 361. Well, I mean, if we can get through 370, I suppose. The next highs are around 417 or 417-ish. Okay, IREN, another one showing up on my option scanner. Next high looking left is about 420 or so, 428. So a little bit of room, but I just don't like the fact it's close to that whole number of four. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So, okay, the market down 280. Nas is off 94. So the market is definitely weak today. Oh, I have no idea, Ray. Why is the market down? Market's been flying so much that I don't know if there's a specific reason. China market's down, but I don't know if that's really affecting. I don't know if that's really affecting what the U.S. market's doing. But where's that SPY anyway on a weekly chart? So there was a little sell-off, on Friday, and just a little continuation. That's all. But meanwhile, this is driving me crazy. VCIG. Well, the next high, looking left, is 24. I'm sorry, there's not. It's probably more like 786. Yeah, so it's right at the high here, which is the 5th of May. Sorry, May 8th. And then after that, 786. By what, Ray? You can go to 10 different stations right now, and you'll get 10 different opinions about pullback, entering recession, bull market over, bear market over. I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, it's, whatever it is. Obviously, I mean, if a person is more of a swing trader, I guess it's more, but we're in this room anyway. Most of us are intraday traders, so it really doesn't matter. Well, let's see. So the BOF, because of the float, you never know. Later on, I'm going to stick another alert around. Where's the VWAP? 569. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath it and see if later on in the day it pops through all that. It may not do it. This is the one I traded in the pre-market, did very well. IPO from last week, and some kind of an announcement on a deal with Walmart. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Boy, it's tough though, sometimes. All about the float, guys. 2 million in the float, 154% move. 59 million have traded. And I don't have one share of that 60 million. Nah, no reflection of reality at all. I mean, there are some stocks, yes, I suppose, obviously. I mean, they look at fundamentals and all, but, for the most part, I mean, there's no reason this is moving 161%. I mean, there's a reason, but it's a stupid reason. How's that? But that's what makes trading exciting. I mean, guys, if this takes out this 786, I mean, that's all traders are looking at now. The day it got up to almost 25. And probably very few people have shorts available for this one. I'm not even sure we do. We do, meaning Interactive Brokers. All right, just took it out. Yeah, it's easy, guys. Just put a price alert and it'll take it out. Now look at it go. And as I thought, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know how many brokers have a lot of shorts available for this. This, oh man, I thought it was going to get halted, but nope, not yet. Yeah, I had a price alert way down here around, yeah, 411. That was my area that was of interest to me to get in. So before people say, well, where could I have seen it? Well, many, many, many places. Of course, in the races, it's won 11 races so far today. Momentum up right there. 10-day daily breakout right here. And I was going to say, did it show up in the options play? How come it didn't show up, guys? Why did it not show up? That's really interesting. Why would it not show up? There you go. I mean, I obviously knew the answer. Tack, I wanted to see if anybody, yeah, it doesn't trade options. You can see right there, option volume is zero. So it doesn't trade options. So consequently, it's not going to show up in the option play scan. Even showed up here in the 20-day range high. So many places where VCIG showed up. And of course, in the pre-market. And halted, of course, now halted. And believe it or not, I mean, this is all traders are looking at. Not that long ago, May the 2nd. So what, about what, a month and 3 weeks ago, approximately, that it hit this 24 mark, 24.25. And it would have been for the same reason. This week, I believe, was the week that a lot of the AI, anything that said AI. So I don't even know if this is just a rehash of that press release that they said we're doing AI. And let's see where it could open. Yeah. One moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so this is what I was trying to show you, that when it comes out of its halt, this is VCIG. So there's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but that is VCIG. There's a halt at 909. Potential open 955-ish. Okay. Now this can change. It's not written in stone, but if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:17 plus 41 seconds. So about 20 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Let's see how close to that 954 it is. Okay. So I just answered that, Leanne. So another 10 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. I'm sorry, 10 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. No, I was right. It's 41. There it is. So it opened 9:53. So very close. I'm sorry, did not open. Excuse me. I heard the rat-tat-tat of my sheep, but this is the EDTX that was halted or resumed. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just had to take a phone call there. I was a little distracted. This is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So if it's going to open in 10 minutes, it'll open at 11:22 plus 41 seconds. No, VC, no, I'm sorry. What happened is my sound alert here um, basically happened right when it was supposed to open. Okay. You can see right there, you see EDTX 11:17:43, and I was waiting for this one to open at 11:17:41. So when I heard that, I thought it had opened, but no. But here's this EDTX, yeah, from last week. HKIT resume. Wow, what a bounce now for HKIT. Or now it's moved down. Oh man, so many things happening. So this minim resumed. What did it get halted on the way up? It did get halted on the way up. Now it's popping here through the 200-day moving average. The market cap, I don't know what the market cap is. I can only tell you because, I don't know how many shares outstanding, but there's 2 million in the float. Very low market cap though. I don't know how many shares outstanding. 2 million are in the float. So right now it's about an 18 million based on that float, but I don't know how many shares outstanding there are. Probably pretty close to that though. So it's a very low market cap. Now we actually, our float information seems to be quite a bit lower than the market cap is actually pretty big. Looks like it's 330, yeah, 334 million, believe it or not. So they've got a lot of shares outstanding. It's just that the float is low. According to this website, Dilution Tracker, 334 million. So you know what? If you want to know that type of information going down the road, just this is something you can use, dilutiontracker.com. Okay. A lot of activity, lot of excitement today, guys. Seriously, we have a lot of things going on. All right, I was mentioning BOF, guys. It doesn't look like that's going to happen later on. It's giving up 5, too big, in my opinion, too big away. So that doesn't look like this is going to happen today anyway. All right, well, I'm in a very boring short of CIFR, but I mean at 283, it's at 280 now. So see what happens. Heard of the rest of these rocket ships doing nothing, but no point in getting out. All right, VCIG just opened, guys, and it opened. Remember that it was 955 or so, the potential open, and it so dropped a little bit below that. Now, here's what I'm going to do. If somehow it gets over 950 again, I may take some. This is a pretty big pullback, though. A lot of times, what I'll do on a halt resume on a stock that's been halted, if it moves down below the halt price and then pops up above that halt price, sometimes I'll take it. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing. Now that's a pretty big pullback though. We've got all the way down to 8, so that's a little more dicey. But let's just say it had pulled back to I don't know, 920 and then powered through 950 again. Probably would have taken the trade. Oh, guys, I got some, not a lot, but I got some. And I just traded some out, guys. I didn't get my entire fill. It just moved so quickly. And I traded some out. This is on the VCIG. Wow. I think it just got, well, it's not halted yet. Oh, that actually, I mean, I was worried about that pullback, but it basically got back up to the halt price. And I was able to get some right around the 970 level. Wanted more, but it just went so quickly. Hmm. Do I trade large caps or only these deadbeat companies? I trade whatever is moving. If it happens to be a large cap, typically the large caps don't move like this. Okay, but I will trade a large cap. But if you're talking about do I trade Apple and Microsoft and Amazon? No, typically no, just because they don't move enough for me. But I will trade large cap companies, but there's probably more in the 40 to $60 range. Well, that was exciting, guys. That was exciting. So now what? Yep, they move fast, both for and against. You're absolutely right. You got to be nimble. Not for everybody, Trevor. Absolutely not for everybody. I use the AI like a watch list, Mitch. If you're asking the question, can I just take the trades as they come in and hold for the whole day and cut your money at the end of the day? Unfortunately, that is not the way the AI works. Right today, I have not seen anything good from the AI as an example. But I use the AI like a watch list. There's really nothing good yet from the AI today. Doesn't mean something, one of the ones that were alerted earlier may come back and give us a trade, but right now, nothing. Well, there's there's no way there's no way you can invest without risk, Mitch. There's always risk. I don't care what you're in. There's always risk. There's no such thing as investing without risk. I mean, if you look at stocks like, Apple and all that, the risk is maybe not obviously not as great as, this VCIG, but there's risk in everything. You always have to have a stop. You get into Apple at a certain price, it may not, who knows? Maybe the market for some reason starts moving down. Maybe there's some macro event that happens. So Apple starts moving down, maybe something within Apple. I'm just using Apple as an example. So there's no such thing as investing without risk. Well, I can't say it's better. The only thing is that the AI gives you, you don't have to do anything. These alerts will just show up. But if you have no trading knowledge whatsoever, um, I hate to tell you, but it's a losing proposition. You have to have some trading knowledge. You have to be able to look at a chart. You have to be able to know what the market's doing, even. Some stocks, kind of track what the market's doing. But just to blindly take an alert, just because you get an alert here and just take it, no. I'm sorry. I really wish I could say, yes, that's all you have to do. But, well, here's a course. First of all, you have to have a plan of some sort. And you're going to say, well, I'm so new to trading, I don't have a plan. Well, I'm going to show you trading is not easy, but I just put in my homepage link. If you click on my homepage link, one of the things you'll see at the top here is Trading 101. Okay. And coincidentally, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour, and he put this together. And he'll nag at everybody, before you start trading, have a plan. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. And one of the things we've got here is a simulator, paper trader. So excuse me, before you commit money to the market, you can practice trading. Excuse me, it uses our real-time data. But I would take a look at this. Okay, I would take a look at this. There are about 30 videos. You don't have to look at them all. And it starts off as basic as you can get. What is a stock? And it moves on from there. But you have to have some kind of trading, an idea, number one, about what you want to trade. Now, what you want to trade could be as simple as I only want to see stocks between 50 and $100 or 1 and $20. But you won't know that until you practice. I didn't know what price range I wanted, what minimum volume I wanted, what relative volume I wanted, all these things. I did not know until I practiced for a long time. Figured out, I determined eventually I wanted to be what's called a momentum trader. I like to see stocks that are moving on momentum, maybe taking out highs of the day or on the way down, lows of the day. Some wouldn't like that. Some would say, you know what, I'd rather take a stock that pulls back to a certain level, maybe the VWAP, maybe to a certain moving average, all sorts of different trading styles. There's not one right or wrong way. When you say, okay, okay, I'm not trying to, but it's so important. What do I look at first thing before the market? I've got a pre-market layout that I look at. Predominantly, predominantly, it is this. Somebody is in our YouTube room. Not so much these alert windows, but the top list window. Okay, when it populates. Okay, now this is still running, but imagine that I'm looking at this, before the market opens. So I'm seeing the stocks that have moved the most, the change from the close, either on the way up or on the way down. So that gives me an idea about what stocks might be in play for the day. Number one. Now, if you just wanted to see large cap stocks, that's all you have to do is, add a filter in here. I don't have a filter like, well, the Trade Ideas has. But if you said, you know what, I only want to see, wouldn't mind seeing stocks like that are moving in the pre-market, either up or down, but large cap. So you can add, say, a market cap of whatever you think is a large cap, 500 million. You could add it. Then you'll only see those sort of stocks, as an example. Okay, but this gives me an idea about what stocks could be in play for the day. Obviously there's the VSIG, which is going crazy. The Vera, space, these stocks we were identifying in the pre-market, and these are the two I'm sharing. Pre-market act is up and down, as an example. No, I'm sorry. You asked the question about are there shorts available at Interactive Brokers? I'm not sure if there were earlier, but certainly none now. No, no way to do the call sweeps in real time. No. Yes, no. I mean, when I talk about an option scanner, just, all I'm talking about is finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, that's all I'm talking about. It's not scanning for options as such. But we have people in our that use our option scanner that at least again it identifies stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And so at least it filters down so you can see those stocks. And then, if you figure out a way to trade the options. I'm not a huge I'm aware, Trevor, I'm aware of the VWAP, okay? I mean, I'm not a big pullback player, but I am certainly aware of where the VWAP is. I'm more of a momentum trader. So for instance, the VCIG, I should have been in this trade right around here, okay? The problem I had was that I was watching a couple of other things at the same time. But, this is what I was saying for VCIG, and put a price alert right around here, a break of 420, which would have been a high of the day. That's my style of trading. Definitely a momentum trader. And in this case, the VWAP had no play in it whatsoever. But I will look at the VWAP, I'll see what is the stock doing. Is it pulling back into it? But I freely admit I'm not a huge VWAP player playing bounces off it. I'm just aware of the area, just like I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is. But that is not everybody's style of trading, and I get it. That's not there's no right or wrong. And in fact, if you're looking for, you should stick around for another 20 minutes or so. Michael Noss will be in a YouTube room. He is way more of a swing trader and more of a large cap trader than I am. Okay. And more of a v-wap trader than I am. So if you can stick around for another 20 minutes, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. I just want to confirm that it will be Michael today. Well, the the CIFR short, I'm still in it. Basically right where I shorted it. I do remember weeks. I do remember. Good for you. Yeah, too bad about the trade of the week. SOU went, well, let's see if it's too bad. It still may pull back, but what did it get to? Yeah, the pullback to 320 was the suggested entry, but that didn't mean though that you couldn't have taken it maybe here. I mean, that's a pretty big pullback. Yeah, I don't Denver, but there might be. You're talking about that. Yeah, the biggest pullback winner scan. I've got that. That's a top list window you're talking about, right? Yeah, that's that. I know. Yeah, I've doled that out from time to time. All right, guys. Yeah, the answer is yes. So Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Okay. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Now, CVAC may come back, guys. CVAC, CVAC. I should, not just should, I will put an alert around 1181, 1178. Okay. Just underneath the high of the day. And let's see if it gets back up to that area. It's not a low float, 93 million in the float. But of course, looking left, the next high is way up here around 1250. So there would certainly be room for it to run if it could take out this 1178 area. Yeah, I actually have that SDA on thumbnail chart. So I've been kind of watching it a bit. A real choppy one. Low float again. Trevor, why don't you give an example to me of of a large cap stock that you like to follow, and let's see what it looks like. One of the races I do share, biggest gainers from the open. This is a more volatile race because I don't have a market cap in here. But the other race that I share is a large cap race because I've got a 500 million dollar market cap minimum. Plus the float has to be at least 50 million, which is not huge, but most of the time the ones you see here, the only way a stock can, move 5, 10, 15%. Yeah, I mean Tesla, everybody's darling right now. Now, have you ever considered doing this? Again, not a recommendation, but TSLL, which is the ETF, 1.5 time bull TC for Tesla. Okay, another way to play it without having to, well, probably either a buy the stock or play options. But this is another way that a lot of people are starting to play Tesla. Am I sharing my screen? I am sharing my screen. Yes. So if you can't see my screen, but you can hear me, probably have. Oh, okay. I was going to say do a refresh. Well, it's pretty popular, Johnny Mac. I mean, 7 million shares, so that's pretty popular. 7.5 million shares have traded, so I think it's pretty popular. And then the other one, this is getting hammered, of course, TSL, oops, LS. Only 700,000. It's not as popular. Meanwhile, space, which I did not take, the Intel, I mean, at least Intel is certainly in the price range I would trade. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, look left, 33.80. So it's got about a dollar looking left. That's a big move for Intel, 4% with 4 billion the trading lower and made a pullback in chip stocks in general. So my guess is that SMH is probably doing the same thing as see. So if I were trading Intel right now, I'd be kind of aware of what's happening with SMH. But certainly, yeah, Intel is a great short today. That's a big move. 4% with 4 billion in the float. Have I ever got caught in a halt? I've been caught in a halt, the first halt, a couple of times, and usually the first halt is okay. That's a question from our YouTube room. Have I ever been caught in a halt? And usually the first halt is okay. Rarely would I be in a third halt because by the time that happens, I'm usually out of the trade. But here's the deal. I mean, Trevor, certainly I am not anybody to tell anybody, what, like, only trade what I do, what I trade. I kind of like the action, but I will trade other stocks, but these are the ones that, give us the biggest bang for the buck. So I tend to focus on them in the scans that I have set up. But for instance, here's my 20-day range break. So here's what I think I just saw, ALGM. Kind of interesting. It's got some room moving higher. Okay, guys. I am going to take a look at now. Vera's had a nice pullback. Okay, Vera has pulled back. Here's one. Okay, arguably right to the VWAP. 1513 is the VWAP. So if I were more of a VWAP player, I might be looking at this intensely or intently and saying, okay, will it hold the VWAP? It almost got up to 16, and of course, it's got all that room looking left. But Trevor, you should definitely stick around for another 9 minutes when Michael shows up because he's way number one. Well, he would definitely be looking at large cap stocks more than I do. Okay, so you can ask him questions. And Michael works for Trade Ideas, so you're still talking to somebody at Trade Ideas. All right, took myself out of the CIFR trade, guys. Small loss. Didn't quite hit my stop, but I don't like the way it's trading, so out of the CIFR. So at this point, I am in nothing, which is what I want as I take my break. When I say small loss, I mean my manageable loss, but I got out before my stop. Oh, this is really cheap. I have to put a price range on this thing. ONCR. I don't care about a 12-cent stock. I cannot remember the last time I traded a stock under a dollar. Okay, guys, in about 5 minutes, Michael will be taking over for me. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael for his hour. He's not there yet. So this has been a sneaky good one, guys, from the option scanner. I mean, nothing unbelievable, but 394. It's up to 411, 20-cent move on a $4 stock. Not terrible. So with the VCIG, I am sticking an alert. Believe it or not, the high of the day, 1136. And why would I do that? Well, later on in the day, if it takes out 1136, I think traders will be looking at this day that it had when it got up to 24. And it could, try to fill that void a little bit. So stick a price alert there. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, well, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to happen, but okay, guys, I'll just put my announcement in also. Actually, I think I should put an alert right here. The high of that candle, 1086, and see if it takes it out later on. Boy, look at that ACLX. It's just hanging around that v-wap still. 3266, well, a little bit above it. That v-wap, of course, has changed, but just a little bit above it. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute in the main room, just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, YouTubers, sorry about that. I just was lost in thought there. Just again, waiting for Michael to show up. He should be there in about 40 seconds in our YouTube room. Look at CVAC, guys. CVAC looks like it wants to get frisky again. CVAC's getting frisky again. Now, it doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, I've actually forgotten now. We were only less than 80 cents away from the highs here on that weekly chart. So it's not like Vera where I had about $4 or $5, but still probably enough room. All right, I'm anticipating Michael at any moment now. There he is, Mr. Michael Noss himself, I believe.
Here I am.
Sounding better.
A little bit. It's coming back though.
Oh,
Friggin'
really?
the daycare plague. I don't know if you ever get rid of it.
Yeah, in about I don't know, 5 years.
Yeah. Then will be all the stuff from school. Just wait.
Build up your immune system.
Yeah. So
Catch every known disease to man, and then you're good to go for the next 30 years.
you're a swing trader now, eh, Barry?
I don't know. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that one is I'm still in it, but with a swing trade like that, I've got about a $3 stop on it. So, which you have to do if you're swing trading, I guess. We're
Yes.
talking about the BRZE. So, but I mean, I'll never ever. My roots are still on the exciting ones, but I have no problem finding the odd one and holding it. That's kind of fun too.
Good. Well, and that's
Yeah.
what a lot of people will do is they'll, say use the cash in their trading account for swings and then the margin in that account for day trading. But yeah, if this
Exactly.
BRZ for me anyway, if we get a close under 40, that's when I'll go. Like I mentioned a few times, I basically just look at these on the close.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that, if you look at the kind of 3 days that it had there where it had wicks under 40 and then
Yep.
just closed right above it,
Yep.
that's evidence of a buyer to me. So if that evidence is gone, then I'll just,
You're
move
gone.
on to the
Yeah.
next guy.
Yeah.
But it's holding on well. Like if you take that, right, it's holding yesterday's low barely, and then you compare that to the market that's not holding yesterday's low,
Mhm.
then some relative strength there. So I think we're still in it for now.
Well, in it for now, and I think I posted it. Not that it matters that much, but J.P. Morgan. Oh, wait a minute, we've got another one. DJ Braze. I'm sorry, DJ. Price target raised to 50 from 45 by Barclays. Okay,
Well,
so
there
why
we
not?
go.
Plus, J.P.
So
Morgan put a 44 or $45 price target on it. So we have some analysts who are kind of interested in this one and with price targets above the current price. So hey, let's see if that helps too.
we'll
Can't
see.
hurt. Let's put it this way: it
We'll
can't
see.
hurt,
Yeah, no.
right? I mean,
Well, unless there's a group of people out there fading them.
yeah.
But no, I think it's I think it still looks good again. And the beauty of it, the thing I love about these is I have my out. Like, I'm still in Nvidia, so I'm still a very happy man that I have a large
Mhm.
portion in Nvidia, and that's doing the same thing where it's kind of holding yesterday's low. So,
Yeah.
it's all I need from it.
Somebody in the room was short Intel. Look at Intel. That's a
Yeah,
big
that
move down for Intel. I mean, 4% with 4 billion in the float. That is a big move.
well, and I love our comparison charts, right? So if you take a comparison chart and you put Intel on it, and then you put Nvidia, and
Hmm.
then you put I don't know, AMD,
AMD, yeah.
right? And then, and then put that even on right. So first of all, just on the daily chart, you can see the obvious discrepancy, but you put that on I don't know, on a 15-minute chart or so, right? You can see, right? So
Yeah.
that's Nvidia and that's AMD and then that's Intel. So it makes it
Hmm.
pretty clear where the relative strength and weakness is in the semi space, right? Just a quick little analysis, right, of who you want to
Exactly.
who what horse of those do you want to bet? So
And maybe even add SMH just to see what the index is doing, just to see.
yeah, so it's I don't know, it's probably an underused feature, but it's actually one that I really like just to compare. Yeah, so right, so we have SMH, Nvidia, and AMD up there, and this is
Hmm.
just today, and then we have Intel doing that. So
Right.
right, if you want to
And it
buy
still has
one,
room. I mean, look left. I
oh
mean, it
yeah,
still has room underneath 33.74. Still has $1 to the next low. So yeah, this is getting pounded more so. But I mean, I tried to read the news amid a pullback
well,
in the chip stocks. Yeah, but this is really pulling back.
and that's
So
right. So this is now a weekly chart, right? So you can see that it's not a new thing, right? There's
exactly.
Intel, SMH, AMV, and Nvidia. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's certainly not a new thing that this isn't doing so well. But Barry, you're late to the pub.
Oh yes, I am. It's 12:06.
Y-
Okay. Can you go to one, or do you have to take off early?
Nope, normal time's fine.
Okay. I'll put myself on
Uh,
mute now, and we'll talk to you in a bit.
okay, have fun. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So if anyone is new here, essentially what we do is we open up the room every day at noon Eastern. I always have to convert the time zone in my head here, but noon Eastern, and we open it up for live Q&A, whatever it is you guys want to talk about when it comes to trade ideas and all of the cool features we have. So something cool that I think we do, we have a very um, feature rich program, and the more features you put into a program, the more complex it can be. So the idea is that we want to make sure that for those who are serious in learning, that we have a lot of resources to kind of help you do that. So I'll be here for the next hour. Ask any questions you can. We don't have anything prepared, so the more questions you ask, the better off I think everything is. 'Cause it's not just me just waffling on randomly about different stocks. Yeah. First comment, Mike, if your voice keeps getting deeper, you may have a backup career as a voice actor. Maybe. It I'm sure some of that is my microphone. I have a pretty serious, pretty hardcore microphone, but most of it's just going to be the daycare plague. It's like, yeah, you feel like you beat something, and then he comes home with a snotty nose, and you wake up the next day and you got something else going on. So it just is what it is. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting, it's a pretty interesting chart, right? So, all of this is essentially the beginning of the year now for all of the major semis. You can see how Nvidia and AMD, how awesome they're doing, and then SMH in the middle, and then Intel doing the worst. So that kind of lines up with you know, with this intraday chart and just shows you, hey, let's take out SMH here. Right. So, from the open, Nvidia and AMD are just about flat. And then Intel's down 5% from the open. So I love comparison charts like these because it's easy to, when you've been doing it a length of time, it's easy to do it in your head. You just look at it, you say, oh, AMD's up and Intel's down. But more than that, I think it's good just to be able to visualize it and say, okay, of these charts, which one do I want to get into and which one do I don't? And I think it makes it pretty easy to go, yeah, looks like Intel's a bit of the lagger here. I think it has to do, without getting super nerdy, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you don't do, Intel, I don't think does GPUs. And I think GPUs are what's ruling the day when it comes to AI, is that they're right. Intel's more of the CPU side of things. Doing a tweet on that little chart right there. So every time your child goes to a school, to watch out. Yeah, and someone who works from home and has worked from home for almost 10 years, I probably don't have the greatest immune system. So it's probably going to be hitting me an extra little bit hard than it would kind of most people. So the compare count features, no, the compare count are a standard feature as well. So all you do for that, if you're on the latest beta, which you should be, and if you're not, if your charts won't, if they don't have this little plus symbol right here, then you're not on the latest beta. So you can just go to trade ideas and scroll down and get the beta there. But if you're on the latest beta, you just hit that button, and then this screen will open up here, and you can just go and put whatever, hit the check marks, put whatever symbols that you want in here, and just click OK. And it will change your chart to a line chart because it has to. If all of these were candlestick charts, we tried doing that. It just gets to be a nightmare to read because they all have overlapping highs and lows and stuff. So a line chart just makes the most sense. And then you can just click that plus sign anytime and you can kind of change these. So say I just wanted to compare, we're on Intel now. So maybe I just want to compare Intel and the SPY or the S&P 500. I can just click that in there and it'll just update. So this is Intel's performance from, I think this is probably, roughly the beginning of the year to date. So Intel is beating the SPY a bit, but you can see it's not a clear trend. Intel just seems to be more volatile where, it's worse than the SPY and better than the SPY and worse than the SPY. So where the SPY has been, putting in this nice clean up trend, this one's been kind of chopping around. And it's important to note that it normalizes this on a percentage basis. So what it does, it takes wherever the beginning of your chart is, and I'll show that in a second by zooming in and out. And then it just says what's the percentage up and down, right? So do you find this system works better for large cap or small caps? Well, this is just comparing two names. So uh, part of the reason for comparison is um, the fact that there's not a lot that we know like for 100% in trading or investing. There's a lot out there that's variable. There's a lot out there that changes frequently. um it's but there's a couple kind of hard truths that we know. And one of it is that stocks that are strong tend to remain strong, right? And stocks that are weak tend to remain weak, right? And that's just, again, something that we know uh, for sure, right? So, um, the idea of comparing things like we just did, let's go back to, Nvidia versus Intel, is, say you had a thesis that, I don't know, let's just use the story of the day, which is AI. So, right. So, you say you have a fundamental thesis that AI is not priced in yet, and um, there's a lot of room to go in AI, and also, or it could just be, let's remove this and let's just go candlestick, and then let's just go semiconductors. Let's just say it's the whole AI thing, that's a fundamental story, right? Maybe that's where you get your trading, or maybe you're just a technical guy and you've just noticed that SMH is very strong, right? And regardless of where the idea comes from, let's just say your thesis is that semiconductors as an industry has further to go, and you're looking to get involved in semiconductors, right? What a comparison chart will do is you can just go through and you can say, well, what semiconductor do I want to be involved in, right? Which of the semiconductor names do I think makes the most sense, right? So um, as you're maybe scanning through them, you can have a chart like this up, and maybe you can even, right, you could stack them or something like this, right? So uh, you could make this like SMH, right? And now say you're just going to start comparing, because what you want to do is you want to try to figure out what semiconductor you want to buy. So you go to AMD and then you look at it and you say, okay, well, all right, AMD is, performing a little better, but it's, not much. You go to SMCI, right? And basically all you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to compare the semiconductor that I'm looking to trade or invest in, or whatever your time frame is, versus its sector, right? And say, hey, is this thing stronger or weaker than the overall sector? So, I don't think cap matters. It's just comparing one versus the other, right? And then maybe you get to Intel, and maybe for whatever reason you like the look of the chart on Intel. Then you go, oh, well, Intel's underperforming. So Intel's doing the worst of the semiconductor index. And since Intel would be in the semiconductor index, it actually means that Intel is lagging or drawing in the semiconductor index. So again, it's just a way to visualize and say, what is it that I'm looking for here? and how does it make sense to kind of be involved, and what is it that I should look to trade. um, how I use this chart personally is that when I'm scanning through things, I usually have the S&P 500 up here, so that when I'm doing something like, for example, say scanning through charts, I'm looking at the chart and saying, okay, is this something that is doing better or worse than the S&P 500, right? So I'm on let me just get back here. I was on a different server doing some testing, so let's just pop back in here and we'll duplicate that. So let's say I'm looking at I don't know, TI strength here, right? So BRBR from TI strength is showing up right there. And then it's okay. So I can look at it and I can just quickly see that, if you look at the hook down that we've had, in the last 2 days in the S&P 500, BRBR hasn't participated. And same with, I can just look at this and say, okay, well, this has been an uptrend for a while and it's been outperforming the S&P 500 for a while. So it's like, okay, this might be something, because again, we know stocks that are generally stronger than the market continue to be stronger than the market, and stocks that are generally weaker than the market continue to be weaker than the market. So yeah, the idea is, um, the invest in the strongest stuff, right? And it's, again, if you're a value investor like Buffett or something like that, then there's certainly some merit to looking to buy stocks that are weak. But um, the mass amount of literature that I've read has just kind of shows that, hey, if you just stick to the stuff that's the stuff that's the strongest ends up trying to be the strongest, and it's strong for a reason. And stuff that's weak is weak for a reason, right? So you need to. Doesn't mean obviously that it will happen forever, but we know that trends persist longer than they should if the market is random. So I'm generally buying breakouts, or I'm buying v-wap pullbacks, but I look for a breakout after the pullback. And that's uh the I highly, highly recommend. Let me turn around and get it here. But the book, and this is where all the anchored v-wap stuff came from Brian Shannon, Maximum Trading Gains with a v-wap, and he actually has a whole chapter, or more, might actually be more. Just trying to find what it's actually called. But it's basically, do you buy the pullback, or do you buy the strength after the pullback? And for me, I want some sort of sign that there is strength in order to get involved. And that's my way of just kind of filtering stuff out. Like, what were me and Barry talking about? Let's look at my NVIDIA trade. All right, so we have drawing the anchored v-wap from the gap here. All right, you can see that we had this gap. This is when they kind of came out and said, oh, we're going to sell, way more than we thought we were going to because of AI. And some people probably chased, and for me, that's just not the move with these gaps. But I like trading these gaps because, as someone who only looks at the technical side of things, it's a good way to know, I guess, for lack of a better term, to know the fundamental side is good. Sorry, it looks like I'm getting the hiccups here, but so it pulls back and it comes into the anchored VWAP. And again, there's some people who will just buy that touch, and that could work for that. the as it for me, I bought it on this day because I wanted to see it, some evidence that there was some buyers in there. And what were we talking about? Breeze? Same kind of thing with Breeze, right? This I think I drew that wrong. I think it's this one. Yeah. So you can see how it came in, it touched, and then it touched and then almost. And again, the bottoming tails here at 40. For me, that was like, okay, so now I just want to see a move off 40. So, I think I'm in at 40.75 or something, 41.75, sorry. So somewhere in this area. And again, it's just I want to see the evidence that that's there as opposed to just bidding at that price, right? Name of the book in chat. Let me just see if I can find the Amazon.com. And I've known Brian Shannon for years. That's the book right there. And again, that's we have worked in conjunction with Brian in order to build these. So basically, you'll actually find my name in the where he thanks people, and then also in the people recommending the book in the book itself. So I got an early copy here, and I just took like a couple days and just read through it, and then just started building them in the Market Explorer because again, I'm generally not an indicator person at all, but this one's been pretty powerful. Why I like anchored v-wap over other indicators? So I will first of all, I'll obviously recommend the book will give a better explanation than I will, but I'll just go over it quickly. But most indicators, so like a moving average, like let's take a 10 period moving average. Well, that's just simply the last 10 closing prices divided by 10, right? You just add up the last 10 closing prices and you divide that number by 10. And that's how a moving average takes place. It doesn't give any weight to you could have one candle that has a closing price and only traded 100 shares that day, and the next candle has a closing price and it's traded 100 million shares that day, and it treats those the same. So the first thing is that VWAP incorporates both price and volume, but again, all indicators by the end are all indicators at the end of the day is all indicators at the end of the day are just numbers, right? They're just mathematical equations that you calculate out based off price and volume. But the reason that VWAP and anchored VWAP are interesting is that hedge funds and large institutions and stuff use these as barometers for whether or not a trader is doing a good job or a bad job filling orders. So long story short, for people who don't get this, so Breeze, what's our average volume? So we did 300,000 shares today. It'll do 1.5 million a day on average. So let's say I'm a large institution and I want to buy 100 million shares of Breeze or Braze or whatever this company is. I just can't go in and hit the button to buy or sell because if I were to go hit the button to buy 100 million shares, I'm going to make this thing spike 20%. And by doing that, I'm going to get 20% less. And, getting 20% less on my position at a 100 million share order, I'm going to lose $20 million just because I hit the button to go as well, right? So the idea behind VWAP is what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand that order to either a trader if I have a trader on my staff or a execution broker. And I'm going to say, buy me 100 shares of BRZE because I liked, whatever this earnings report is, right? I read this earnings report and it moved up, and I want you to buy me, they reported something that's making me think that this company is going to do well. So I want to buy some shares. I want to buy my, I don't know, 100 million or 10 million or whatever the number is. And how I'm going to judge whether or not that trader, if they work for me, or execution broker, if I outsource it, got me a good fill. Because how would I know, right? If they got me a good fill, is basically I'm going to use this VWAP from, this gap right here and say, hey, if you get me this price or less than this price, then I'm going to say you did a good job. If you get me way more than this price, then you're not going to do a good job and I'll be mad or whatever. So what will happen is, as stocks gravitate to these prices, you're going to find that there is some kind of shenanigans that go on. But if you see something that bounces off that level over and over and over again, and I think BR is a good example here. It can be, again, we'll never know for sure, but it can be a clue that there is an institution that is looking to get filled off of this anchored VWAP, because that's what they're using as a metric to take the play. So what I do, and what the anchored VWAP from Gap play is looking for, is just stocks that have had a gap. You can see the gap right here. That was an earnings announcement. So whatever Bell Ring Brands is, soybean farming, they reported something good on earnings. And we know they reported something good on earnings because it gapped up and then ran. So again, instead of just chasing this gap, when it pulls back and it gets to that VWAP from before the gap, and it gives us some evidence that there's a buyer in there, you can, you'd have a pretty nice swing trade here. Then it comes back down, you have a pretty nice swing trade here. Then if it comes back down, I'm actually long some of this from this name right here. And the beauty of these plays is, just like anything, you'll be wrong frequently. Any trade you make, right? You're probably going to be right 50% of the time, wrong 50% of the time. But the idea is, if you bought some here and you say, hey, if it closes under the anchored VWAP, I'm out, that's your risk. So then, what are the chances of the probability that you can get 2 times that risk? Well, that's pretty simple, right? And same with this one. I'm long from right here. My stop is, any close under this right there. So that's my risk. So if we get back to highs, I probably made 2 to 3 times my risk on that one, right? So for me, it has all of the tenets to a good play. And that's why I've been playing this one a lot, right? And I have my own, I send out emails every night with a little video of the market and stuff. So anyone who follows that just knows that more and more of my swing plays are becoming this right here, because it's all taken care of for you, right? It's everything is kind of figured out already. Is that I know where my stop loss is. I know that it's going to be trend continuation because I'm looking for a pullback to an upward sloping a VWAP. So that's automatically means that we're in an uptrend. And I know exactly where I'm wrong. And then it's after some sort of a news catalyst. So there's going to be some interest in this name as well, right? So you can see that for me, it meets all the tenets of just a solid play. Doesn't mean it's magic. Doesn't mean you do this and you'll become a millionaire. But it's just a solid play that I think I can make over and over and over again for years, right? And that's really all I look for. So question on what's the difference between anchored VWAP and VWAP? So VWAP is an intraday thing, and a VWAP is always anchored to the beginning of the day, right? So if I turn on this indicator and I just go in and turn on VWAP, right, it's always anchored to the beginning of the day, right? So as I go through here, you can see it just says, hey, there's the beginning of the day. And this is fine if you're day trading, right? Where it's like, hey, here is, the beginning of the day being if you have pre-market on, right? It's the beginning of the pre-market candle. If you don't have pre-market on, then it's the beginning of the actual day. And it's just saying, hey, let's just turn off pre. and then turn off post. All right, so SMCI is right here. Now, if I'm giving, and the same games can occur, where if I'm giving somebody an order to sell shares, uh, they better get me a price above that day's VWAP. If the order is going to be filled in a single day, and then hey, if they're buying, they better get me a price under VWAP. So again, you'll see the same kind of games with stocks around VWAPs, right? You'll see for day traders, you'll see the same kind of thing where, okay, this comes up, touches the VWAP, bounces off. You could have taken a little trade there. Again, you'll see that same kind of thing, but just the VWAP. So all VWAPs are anchored, but when you see it just called VWAP, just means it's anchored to the beginning of that day. Again, which is fine for day trading, but anchored VWAP, which you can do intraday. I could say I want to know from maybe the high of the day as opposed to from the open. Maybe the high of the day is more interesting to me. But anchored VWAP is basically you're deciding where it's anchored from. And then the question is always, well, where do you anchor from, right? And that's basically what that book that I posted in goes over. It goes over all the stuff that I talked about, and way more elegantly about why these things are important, why VWAP's important, and all that. But then the whole book is just different plays about how and why you can anchor it to certain things. And then the idea is you kind of take that book, and then we have now built the scans for the things that are in that book, right? Will the AVWAP scan have shorts in the future? Most of them you can use for both. The only two that have to have some sort of short counterpart, which I will build in the future, are the pullback ones. So like the large gap, basically I have all of these sorted by some sort of position and range. So some of these will be shorts, especially the ones like that were down here. Right, some of these are weak stocks that are bouncing up to a VWAP from underneath. So some of these will naturally be shorts, and like the AVWAP pinch, that has a VWAP above and below, right? And it's sorted by, right? So this could be a long or could be a short, depending on which of these VWAPs kind of let go first. Right. So this, for example, is something that I would look to more short if it's going to find resistance at this VWAP right here. It's not something that I'd be looking to buy that much. Same with this, right? It's below a declining anchored VWAP from its high. If it ever gets under that, then I'll look for a short on that. But the two that I will be adding in shorts ones are the pullbacks. So again, this is one that's just looking for anchored VWAP pullbacks from a swing low. These are ones that at some point will be added. I think it's already in the queue, but will be added so that it's looking for things that are bouncing from a high. But yeah, most of them can be kind of used interchangeably as is. So long Tesla after a breakout. Most won't touch it. Trade ideas. So you're basically, the question is they're already in a play, and they're wondering how trade ideas will help with that. And the long answer is, or the short answer is, it won't. Right. What trade ideas does is it helps people find ideas based off of what their trading plan is. Right. So if you want a trading plan for stuff near prior day's high, we can do that, certainly, right? You'd obviously need more than just that very basic idea, but it's less about managing a trade you're already in and more about finding new plays, right? again, the way I like to describe trade ideas, and I use this more and more now that Barry told me it's a good analogy. Is basically trade ideas is Google Maps, right? You need to know where you're going and why you're going there and when you want to get there and for what reason you want to get there and all that. And then what Google Maps does say this is probably your best route to get there. Um, the what it doesn't do is you can't sit in Google Maps and um hit a button and say, hey, this is, tell me where to go and what to do when I get there, right? So yeah, so what I would do, so if you're looking for stocks that are near prior day's range, a breakout and a retest then of prior day's range would be a little harder. But what I would just do to start with is, so always if you're looking to build a scan, right click, go into search, and then just go into the search panel and start typing in what it is you want. Try a couple different variations. So let's look for previous. Let's look for. So I would look at the previous day's range. We could probably actually, yeah. So this is the change previous day, whether you want them up or down. Uh, I know I'm seeing it. But, maybe it's yesterday. Yeah, position in previous day's range. I was spelling that wrong. That was the problem. But yeah, how this filter works, the position in yesterday's range, is let's say this is yesterday's candle, right? What it does is it normalizes yesterday's candle and it says, okay, we're going to treat the high of yesterday's range, and we're going to just call that 100%. And the low of yesterday's range is going to be 0%. And then, of course, the middle of yesterday's range is going to be 50%. So if you want to find things that are in the high end or right at the high of yesterday's range, you would go in and you'd say, hey, show me things that the position in previous days range is near 100. So you could say a minimum of 95 and a maximum of 105 or something like that. But they're near that yesterday's range kind of a filter. And then you could do the same thing on the low, right? If you want things near the previous day's low, you would make that filter 0. So it could be -5 and 5 or -2 and 2, or you have to go through and play with that filter. And then to make sure you're just not getting a lot of junk, you obviously need way more than that. Like how much volume do you want to trade that day? What does the price need to be? What do you want it to have done that day? Do you want near an all-time high or an all-time low, right? So this is the main filter I would look at, and then just add all of the other filters that you need in order to kind of get everything going. But that's going to be the best way to find stuff like that. And of course, like anything, the tighter you make it, the less junk you're going to get, but then also the less good stuff you're going to get. And the looser you make it, the more junk you'll get, the more good stuff you'll get. So, start with that as your framework and then start to kind of build and play on top of that. So this is a scan here that I have that I actually just looked through. And these are actually the position in range that I just talked about, right? So what I do with this to try to find stuff that's strong or weak is I just sort through. So XLV is the highest up in today's range, but I can go 5-day range. So that will give me about a week worth of action. And we can see what's doing the best on the week. We can see TLT is doing great. Wheat is still doing well. and XLY, which is our consumer discretionary, is still doing well. So what are we doing in the market? It feels like, I'm only looking at what you guys are seeing. I would say it feels like we had a little turnaround there. Just the charts we were going through, a lot of bottoming tails. So yeah, it does look like we had a little turnaround. So this does, this action ever since kind of this October lows. I remember being on here in October and showing you guys some statistics I did on this candle right here. Ever since then, we've been in an uptrend and, in a bull market. And anyone who's still a perma bear is kind of getting killed. This does seem like very bullish action where we pull back a bit and then we pop. Nice uptrend. Right? We consolidate for periods of time and then we break out and then we consolidate and then we break out. This is all of the action that I would expect to see. Yeah, it looks like we did. Yeah, if you going through the ETFs here, you can see a lot of them. Well, not UNG. Yeah, a lot of them we had a little turn. So Mara, I'm actually just looking over at my little trade list here. So Mara is breaking out here. Sorry, I got a little stunned looking at my trade. So Mara is actually um a good way to play Bitcoin. So, if you want to, if you're ever bullish Bitcoin and you kind of want to get involved, but you don't want to, put your money in a Bitcoin exchange or whatever it is, Mara is a good way to do it as a Bitcoin miner, and it's breaking out here. So I've been watching this one for a while. One thing I love about this name is we got a 26% short float on this one. So a quarter of the over a quarter of the name is short. So if it gets going and Bitcoin gets going, then we may have to see a bit of a short cover on that, right? And then the fact it's just been chopping sideways right here. Someone's just asking about the product. So the Anchored v-wap is an upgrade product that we've done in partnership with Brian Shannon. So the we worked with him. It's the Anchored v-wap's a really kind of complicated thing to scan for, so it's taken way more intensive resources on the system and all of that. And it is in partnership with him because we kind of took the ideas for a lot of these scans for all of them currently from his book, which again is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored v-wap. So Speaking of, right, so you can draw a view from the high there, and you can see that it was, for a long time acting as resistance in through here, and then it just popped out, and we're getting 2 times relative volume. So Mara is definitely on my watch list right now. What was the other one that I was watching with Mara? Oh, Riot. Yeah, so Riot is a little less interesting to me because it's got all this kind of still overhead. The short float's a little lower too, at only 14, right? Um, so Mara. Is there any way trying the anchored view app? Not currently. It's only a month-to-month thing, so you can just add it for a month and see if you like it. And unfortunately, you just missed, and I don't. Maybe next quarter. I don't know when we'll be doing it, but when we did our test drive, it was available to everybody through the test drive. So that was 2 weeks. 2 weeks of that. Um, I don't know when. Probably be another couple months, I'd say, or a quarter before we get that back. But um, yeah, so it's a monthly thing. You don't need to commit to anything on that. So I am actually on another screen, just opening up my broker because I think I might punch into just a little bit of Mara here as a way to kind of trade. And you can always, if you want to chart Bitcoin, GBPC is a simple way to do it until we actually get Bitcoin on. GBTC is the Bitcoin Grayscale Trust, so it's as close to Bitcoin as kind of you can get until they launch a Bitcoin ETF, which who knows. I think Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan applied for one, so they probably have the best shot of that. I would say, and yeah, nice looking little rally here in Bitcoin. So Mara is definitely something I just picked up a little bit on there at 1068. And if we get a close back under 10, I'll probably go. But I just really like the short float in a lot of these names where, I could see getting maybe a 20% move in Bitcoin would probably equal, way more, maybe even a 50% move in Mara again, just because of that short float. What else is there? Is it MSTR? STR? Yeah, so that's MicroStrategy. So that's, for those who don't know, that's that Michael Saylor guy who's a bit of a Bitcoin nut, that dude. So it's a good way to, again, it's a good way to get exposure to, it's a bit nervous with everything going on, putting your money uh, with an actual exchange, right? So you can get some exposure to the crypto space, and this is kind of the best way to do it. So yeah, so this person asking about the v-wap pinch. That is what I see here, right? And we have a scan for that as well. I don't know if this one made it to it, but the idea behind an AV-WAP pinch is basically, so we talked about how hedge funds basically will fill orders on these anchored VWAP. So if you anchor a VWAP to a major low, which is behind this chart, so I'll get rid of that for now, and then you anchor one to a major high, sometimes what you'll get is right, somebody, maybe a hedge fund, maybe buying at these lows. You can see how these lows are acting as support over and over and over again, right, in through here. And then you actually get resistance at the AVWAP high. You can see how all these topping tails, there's some resistance going on at these highs. The idea being is that you kind of have a battle going on maybe between some institutions that are filling offsetting orders. no different from your typical kind of bull flag pattern where you have the price move up and then consolidate sideways, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And when it gets tight enough and battling between these two bars, it's gotta let go one way or the other. So by buying on a breakout or shorting on a breakdown, if you had your thesis being short, for me, I'm looking just long on this one. Again, I don't want to short something that's already got 26% of the world shorted. You have a chance that these things are gonna break, and when they're gonna break, they're gonna move, right? Again, I talked about before, we don't know much for sure when it comes to trading and investing, right? There's no hardcore, this is how it works, like 100% for sure. But what we do know are a couple things, right? Trends, I talked about it. Trends persist longer than they should if the market was random. That's something we know for sure. If the market was random, you wouldn't have trends, but we see them all the time in the market. And then the other thing is we know that from periods of low volatility, then there becomes periods of high volatility, and then periods of high volatility are followed by periods of low volatility. We don't know how long the low volatility will last or how low it will get, and we don't know how long the high volatility will last or how high it will get. But that's kind of the premise of most technical patterns out there, is that there's some sort of a impulse or explosive move, and then some sort of period of lower or condensed volatility, and then another high volatility type of a move, right? So we could be seeing in Mara, we had this high volatility move, and then we had lower volatility, and now hopefully, if I'm right, we're going to get another period of higher volatility in my direction. And you can chart this out. A good one for it is the Bollinger Band width right here. So basically what this is looking at, it's basically just looking at the width of the Bollinger Band. So for people who don't know, Bollinger Bands are just another indicator that just measure volatility around a moving average. So this is looking
Michael.
at now. Yeah, Barry. What up?
Okay, here's my question about crypto and all that. And I know, yeah, we're trying to eventually be able to scan for Bitcoin, etc. But
Yep.
is the only reason in your mind, because I mean, obviously, you just like you're talking about playing Mara or Ride or even something like BITO, which is in essence you can trade from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, is the only real, and I think it probably tracks the Bitcoin movement pretty closely. So in your mind, is the only real reason to have crypto is because it's 24 hours a day?
Well, a couple of reasons. So 24 hours a day. We got to remember that we are Canadians and that the majority of our clientele are Americans. So they have the pattern day trader rule where crypto does not. So that lets in a whole market of, the under 25,000 crowd that is interested in trading. The other thing is that there is, so BITO is not a Bitcoin ETF, it's a Bitcoin futures ETF. So it doesn't track perfectly at all, right? Because the futures don't track perfectly because the futures have fees associated with them.
How about
Um,
GBTC then?
Same. Well,
Same.
GVTC is a trust, so it's the same thing.
Okay.
It doesn't track perfectly. It's actually trading at a deep discount to NAV because people are worried that it's going to go bankrupt
Right.
at any time. So there are about maybe up to 1,000 tradable crypto securities. And right now, the only things that exist in the market right now is Bitcoin and Ethereum securities. So it's 2 out of potentially 1,000. And then the same as you like to trade these, low float momentum things that no one knows. Yesterday you had no idea what it was, and tomorrow you'll have no idea what it was. There's a lot of that in the
Exactly.
crypto space as well,
Okay.
where a coin will pop out of nowhere and be up 1,000% that day, and then disappear the next day. So yeah, the
So
pattern
it's
day
not
trader rule,
just Bitcoin. It's not just Bitcoin itself. You're talking about all the different coins.
right? So
Okay.
yeah, and then it's also the 24-hour thing is a big deal as well, where um, on say for example, you are long uh, Mara, or you're long even the Bitcoin futures, or you're long BITO, which again is just an ETF that holds Bitcoin futures. And on Sunday night, which happens all of the time, for some reason, giant Bitcoin moves seems to happen on the weekend all of the time. Bitcoin tanks 20%. And nothing you knew about it, right? Market's closed,
Right. Okay.
right? But if you had, and that's one of the reasons that I like trading crypto, is that you can simply put out an order, right? So it's like when I trade, a lot of people go, "Oh, I don't want 24-hour markets because I'll be glued to the screen all day." For me, it's completely the other way around, because I will take a trade in crypto. I'll put out my stop loss or trailing stop or whatever, and I'll just walk away. And I don't have a fear that it won't be filled, or I don't have a fear that, um, that it's gonna. There's no halts. There's no holidays. There's no.
Right.
It is right. It is the purest price action you can get, where again on stocks there's a lot of these halts and closes and gaps and all this kind of crap, whereas if you trade crypto, there is none of that, right? It's, if you're looking for a stock to break XYZ, then you can just put out a stop limit there and walk away, and your broker, your exchange or whatever will just send you a text message or whatever and say, hey, you got filled, and then you can go from there, right? So as you
Okay.
know, we're building a product that can be accessed from
Hmm.
a phone, so you could just open it up, check it there, see if you want to go to your computer or take a trade or do whatever.
Okay. Sounds good. I
uh
sort of knew the answer, but I thought it would be good if you explained it to everybody.
yeah,
That's a
but
good explanation.
the flip side to that is things like, this Mara is an actual company with a um it's a pretty decent, yeah, it's a 1.3 billion dollar company, right? And so it's a, small cap, but it's on the high end of small cap. But things like the short float, for example, right? If this gets going, then that's a little added bonus to it. And then you also get a little bit of juice, right? So,
Yeah.
this Mara has doubled off of its lows, where, if I look over at Bitcoin, yeah, it has not even gotten close to double off its lows. So you're getting a little bit of leverage when you're trading these names. But
Hmm.
right, with that leverage, you have the downside of, if this thing on the weekend or when the market's closed overnight or something, if Bitcoin falls apart, then I'm in it, and there's nothing I can do,
Nothing you can
right?
do about it. Yeah.
So you size accordingly, right? You just, same as if you're, holding a pharmaceutical or holding a company that you think is, one of those like crap companies that spike and then do offerings.
Hmm.
A lot of stuff that can happen overnight. But yeah, so I picked up a little bit at what I say 68 on this one. And my idea is if this thing gets going, then it'll push. And I'll take one question here before I take off. But talking about taking profits, yeah, this around $12. I'll probably take some off the table, but I am not a hard target kind of a person, especially when it comes to swings, because the idea behind swings is that I have unlimited time in which I can be in this trade. So I want to take advantage of that. And I want to take advantage of that by allowing my winning trades to work. As I talked about, right? Win rate for most traders, the best traders in the world maybe get up to like a 60% win rate. It's all about that risk reward. So I just wouldn't just exit some at 12. So I'm risking, let's say, a buck. Again, if it closed under 10, I'd probably be out. But let's say I'm risking $1. I want to be able to make $10 or $20, just so that I know that, if I'm only right very often, but I can get one every now and then, that's all I need. So, you look at the weekly chart here on the bottom of Mara, I don't think it's unreasonable that this thing, with some sort of crazy short squeeze or something, that could get to 20 at some point. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably sell a little bit around 12, and then maybe a little bit around 15, which is his prior high right here. But then have a plan and say, okay, for that last third, what do I need to do to really kind of dig in and hold, for as long as I can until that trend reverse, just to make sure that, if I'm wrong on my next 5 ideas, that it doesn't matter because I was able to get so much on that one idea I was really right on.
Good stuff, Michael. I draw your attention to a little piece of nothing. ZURA. Take a look at ZURA. I've been following this one right now, and I'm looking left in a big, big void. And I'm just waiting a little bit of a pullback and waiting to see if it maybe pops through 1150 again. And I may take some. The next high looking left is 14. So, hey, here's my
So
idea right now.
now that you're becoming an v-wap guy, this scan's a bit wonky, and Dave's gonna look at it to fix it. But another part, I'm sure you read this in the book as well, so more for the audience, but uh, that he talked about that I really liked is anchored VWAPs from IPO prices,
Mhm.
right? So kind of how the normal VWAP will start at the beginning of the day. An anchored VWAP from the IPO is basically starting it from the life of the company, right?
Right.
So ZURA started, and this was the beginning of the company. And sometimes these anchored VWAPs can become interesting plays in which, if it gets through those, then you can have some good moves, right? So this one,
Mhm.
SDRL, right? It popped through it, you had a little bit of a trade, then it came down, it popped through it again, you got a great trade. So that one, that ZURA you were just talking about, is just breaking through that anchored VWAP from the life of the company. So
And I
the
was
whole
blissfully unaware of that. So good.
yeah. So it's the whole sentiment indicator. It means on
Yeah,
average, if it closes there, then people are finally making money on this company for
sure.
the first time ever. So
Yeah.
that, you want a gauge of sentiment. Whether or not people are making or losing money is going to be the best sentiment gauge out there, right? So
All right.
maybe a good one.
Okay, my friend, I better get back into the other two rooms now. Take myself
Sure.
off mute. So thank you for your hour as always. I'm sure
No
people
worries.
enjoyed it. So we'll probably see you in about an hour.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys, just get my music and back in all the rooms now. So I was just talking to Michael about this ZURA, guys. I guess this was an IPO back here, and we were talking about. Well, I didn't realize it, but the one of the scans, one of the anchored VWAP scans, is the IPO anchored scan or anchored VWAP scan, and it just actually. Well, let's see if I can find it so that show you what I'm talking about. Well, for some reason, Kura was showing up, but it didn't show up. It's not showing up here. It was showing up, I guess. But the idea was that when you draw from the IPO day, and when we looked at Kura, Kura, I got the right one. Zura, no wonder. Still don't see it here, but it's Zura, okay, ZURA. And I don't know if we don't see it. He was just showing it to me, but the anchored VWAP looked like it was coming right down through here around the $11 mark. So anyway, my idea, I mean, look at the room looking left on that Zura, Z-U-R-A, Z-U-R-A. The next high looking left is around 14. We're not saying it's getting there, but certainly there is some room for this one to run. Shoot, I'm missing out on the CVAC. You're right. Now it's getting actually kind of close to the next high looking left, which is 1253. So it's about 50 cents away from that next high looking left. Now, you know what? I still think that if this VCIG can take out 1086, this could get running again, and especially if it takes out the high. Just because when you look left, there is still a ton of room, and that's what I think traders around the world they'll see this this big move up here to 25 2419ish, and think, okay, what if it gets, we're not saying it's going to get to 24, but what if it gets to 12 or 13 or something like that? Anyway, I think I'll do my video now, guys. There is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'll do a quick video right now. So I'll be putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Trevor, I don't know if you're still in our YouTube room, but basically, you're answering your own questions, about a trading plan. So, when you say things like, I hesitate to trade small caps because of the extreme volatility and fast moves, then you just shouldn't do it. That should not be part of your trading style. If you don't like it, I mean, it's you should not do it. Then you got to have a plan, and your plan will be, well, I'd rather trade small or larger cap stocks that can have some movement but are not as volatile. All right, guys. So the Zura, it did actually pop up to this level here. The ZURA did pop up to the level. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread isn't great. It's 11.48, 11.62, which won't matter if it, moves 50 cents or a dollar, but we don't know what's going to do that. That's the problem. Um, Look at a zero right now. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, 11, that's a 20-cent spread right now. It's making it kind of untradeable. It's too bad because it's got all that room looking left. It's got a ton of room, $2.50 to that next high. But, that spread is just keeping me out of it. Now, here's another one, guys. Now, this one, isn't this one that was looking like it was going to go bankrupt, or am I thinking of another one? MQ, anyway, looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, if it can get through that high here, which is around 527, 526. So I'm gonna stick an alert right there, around 523 for MQ, because if it can get through that, then when you look left on the weekly chart, you've got room almost till $6. So if this can get going today and take that out, we have a shot, into that area. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. All right. So all I'm still holding out on the VCIG for later on. They're kind of watching it right now, hang around that 9 level. Guys, I'm not seeing too much here. Oh, how about grits, GRTS? Let's see what it's doing. It's sort of at the top of a race here. Hmm. But yeah, big butt, guys. Look at looking left. Looks like to me a ton of resistance right around that 250 mark. So no go for me. Yeah, Michael Noss in our YouTube room when he was doing his 1 hour. Yeah, he says he's long Mara now. I mean, it has been well. It basically tracks Bitcoin to a certain extent. But look at Mara, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Is this finally going to be the time and it takes off? I don't have the same feel for Bitcoin that he does, so that would be nothing that I would take. But he takes it because of the high short flow percent. So obviously, if it gets going, you might get some people saying, "Hey, I better start covering my short position." Hey guys, BOF. I sort of written it off earlier. BOF. This is the one that did very well on in the pre-market, but the VWAP is at 563. So I mean that's far enough away. To me, there could be some resistance right around 550. Looking at this 15-minute chart. Well, I can't remember who the gentleman was. Boy, it's got to be years ago now. I got some of us into Mara. It was either Mara or Right. I think it was Mara. Right about here. And I was so proud of myself buying it around 3 and trading it out at 8. So proud of myself. And then, of course, watch it go all the way up to 56 before it pulled back. This is a monthly chart, though. Okay. All right, guys. Well, here's the MQ taking out that level. We're trying to anyway. Maybe back to my weekly chart. Yeah, so it's got some room to six. MQ has some room to six. Big float, 385 million in the float. These were the guys. Maybe it's another one that has an M and a Q in it, but I thought it was Macquarie. Macquarie. What's the ticker for Macquarie? MAC. Should be able to bring it up here. Or MAQ. MAQ. Maybe that's why it's not coming up. Yeah, something else I'm thinking of. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Not doing well. Well, as super active it was for me anyway in the first hour, it's just kind of really slowing down. Ah, there's Tio, the Nigerian, the Nigerian thing. Well, you know what? As I'm just going to stick a price alert at around 172 for Tio, just in case you were saying who cares, just as a trade, just as something that's crazy. Maybe it doesn't trade anymore, Tank. I don't know. I do remember a stock called Macquarie earlier, or well, months ago, years ago. Well, guys, here's TSLL. Wow. This high looking left is 2025. Yeah, I think you're right. Trade swings. I think it's BlackRock. I think Goldman is trying to do the same thing, aren't they? All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:34. NBSC. This is very active last week. I do believe NBSE, ugly. Sorry, guys. Sorry for bringing this one up. Look at how ugly this is on a daily basis. Topping tails just selling off, roping people in, and then just selling off. All right, guys. Well, Zura had a move. Zura had a move. ZURA. Okay, guys. Not seeing too much right now. Keeping an eye on the CVAC in case it pops through 12 again. The only issue I've got with it now is that it's actually getting closer to that high around 1250, and it got up to 1212. So 1250 is the next high looking left. Okay, my new price alert has to be for VCIG around 980 or so, 989 or so. Okay. See if we can get up to these levels, which is, approximately the high the bodies of one, two, three, four candles. And if we can take that out later on, then I'll be watching it a lot more closely. Hey guys, listen, it's 20 minutes to my marketing meeting. Not too much is going on for me right now, so good opportunity to ask questions. Maybe what I'll do is go over some of the stuff on my homepage. I'm just not seeing too much right now for me. So here is a direct link if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. When I say a direct link without having to go to my homepage, oh, I'll bet you will, ETH Master. This clown keeps showing up in our, oops. Okay, so excuse me, if you click on the test drive and the test drive June 25% off, this is what you're going to see. So we have four plans, okay? I'll go over them a little bit right now. So we have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So this is my recommendation. If you do not know this program, don't start off with an annual. The reason I say that is that you have to look at the terms and conditions of getting a refund if you didn't like it. Okay. You can always start off with a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 25% for the first month only. But if within 30 days you decide, yeah, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So you'll have another 30 days to try us out before you commit to an annual. And listen, you don't ever have to take out an annual. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Just remember that discount's only good for the first month, though. Okay? Forget the 15. I can get you 25. Now, the other way you can do it is go to my homepage. Is there a way to set a price alert by one click of the mouse? One click? No. Not one click, but pretty. I mean, it only takes a second. Well, okay, maybe 3 seconds. Because you're gonna have to put where your price alert is going to be. So if I went to APLD right now and I wanted to put a price alert right here and I could eyeball it, say at 9:19. So I left click, sorry, I right click, create price alert, save. I mean, well, that's 3 clicks, but I mean, so quick. I mean, if I want to put it, so again, 1 click, create the alert. Now, and if that's the price I want, I don't, then I don't have to readjust that. Of course, I could put something in, another price if I want, and save. I mean, is it 1 click? No, but it's pretty darn close, or it doesn't take any time. No, no, welcome, Matt, by the way, welcome. No, there was no way anybody just was able to do it. You have to, first of all, you have to bring up the price alerts menu. Now. Okay. I guess here, let me just see. I've never tried this one. Maybe you can. Let's see. Problem is, where are you going to set it? Because there's a little bell here. Let me just see something here. Okay, there's 9:35. Yeah, but the minute you see what I'm trying to do, you click on the little bell there. So even clicking on the bell, it's going to bring up up the menu. And if that's the price you want, fine. But otherwise, you'll have to change it and then save. But that isn't going to. That's not 1 click though. I'll explain what I mean, Matt. No, no. I'm just trying to see. If I left click and then click. No, I mean it's going to give. It's fine if you want a price alert at, I suppose, at the current price. Then it's still 2 clicks. Click on the bell and then save. It would still be 2 clicks. Yeah, but again, that's only if you want the price alert right at the current price. That it will save 1 click, right, Pepe? But if I wanted the price alert, up here at 9:39 or down here, there's no way, because I'd have to type the price in, which to me would not be easier than going here, setting the dotted line, left click, oops, sorry, right click, create price alert, and then save without having to monkeying around with the price. Exactly, it will be. So, Matt, yeah, so this is what I am talking about. Get a good example of Vera, maybe. So when I talk about looking left, and for me, because I'm more of a momentum trader, so what I mean by that, most of the things that I see are going to be near the highs or the lows of the day. Okay, so let's take the highs of the day. Now, excuse me, Vera earlier on, okay, on that day, which is what, 3 days ago, it got up to 15. Okay. And I was saying, okay, if it gets over 15 again, when you start this is on a daily chart, when you start looking left on a weekly chart and you see where the next high is, it's here, it is around 1962. So that's what I like to see. I like to see something that when I look left, there's very, very little chart resistance close to the current price. Okay, so that's what I so when you look at a daily chart, when you look left, you can't see anything because all of this is underneath the current price. So that's why I take a look at the weekly chart. And if I couldn't see anything on the weekly chart, in other words, if all of this, if I look left and still everything was still below this current price, I'd have to look at a monthly chart. So I'm always looking left to see where is the next high because I want to take out because I want it to be far enough away so that I can take out one reason why stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, which is could be chart resistance. Okay, does that make sense? So, for instance, if I looked left, if I was looking left and if the price was 15.77 or right now, say at the high of it today, and I look left and the next high was 16, I wouldn't take the trade. Too close. And yeah, and of course, it depends on the price of the security. I mean, a dollar away on a $1 stock is obviously a lot better than a dollar away on, say, Apple, whatever Apple's price is. And that's why I was interested in Azura, ZURA. When you look left, look at the spike high here on this day, which was May 11th. Okay, look at the high, 14. Now, I'm never saying it's going to get there, but traders are looking at that going, wow, remember that day? What if it can get, reasonably close to that? I think CVAC was sort of the same, CVAC. I mean, it was a lot better when it was just popping over 10 or 11, sorry, because when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high was, a dollar 50 away. Now it's getting closer. I mean, it's still not bad, but it's getting closer and closer to that next high. Okay, guys, I am, except for this marketing meeting, not seeing too much that I like right now, other than, again, just keeping a close eye. Well, I don't really have to keep an eye on it. I just have a price alert set for the BCIG. just seeing, I mean, the trend is, mildly up. Look at the 15-minute chart. So it's kind of up, but it really would have to take out that 10 level. And here's a classic example of looking left. I mean, look left. I mean, the next high, not including today's highs, but the next high is way up here at around $24, 24.20. Zura is ZURA. Over 12 now. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Still here, but I'm just getting in now. Don't spoil the party, William. I don't care. Well, I do care. I'd love to see VCIG. I'd love to see it get up to this level, and then have a late day move. Yeah, there are no shorts for me either. I just love to see this make a late day move with that float. 101 million have traded. 2 point. Actually, it might be a little bit more. I think I checked another site. It might be a little bit more, but yeah. So another site has at 7.5 million. But regardless, so they have it 3 times what we've got it. But regardless, it's traded 101 million. So 12 times normal if you look at that other float. But if it gave out 810, that would be definitely it, in my opinion. Right down the low here. And then tomorrow, we pay, well, I will anyway, pay way more attention to a little company that just happens to say, hey, we use AI. So they rise 46% on a German AI messenger app distribution deal. So I guess it's a little more than saying, hey, we use AI. Okay. It's a little bit more than what I was thinking, but still. Okay, guys, whoa, it's almost time. So I've put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I had a question about NR7. I don't use NR7 at all, but let's take a look. I think Steve Gomez has a might have an NR7, but let me just see what it looks like. I know it's sort of a like there's two ways to look at it: shrinking, and then a pop from it. But let's just take a look at NR7. But I've never used it, Larry. Okay, so but let me. All I can do is check to see what our Okay, NR7 is a chart pattern based on traditional candlesticks. NR7 means the last candlestick has the narrowest price range of the last seven. So that's what I kind of thought. So if you look, you would see so a bunch of candlesticks, and then the last one is narrowest. So it's sort of engulfed. And NR7 two. Okay, so but the bottom line is the NR7 pattern shows when a stock's price shows a short-term pattern of decreasing volatility. That's kind of what I thought. So you've got a short, and that's why the last candle is engulfed by all the previous ones. And typically, if that happened, you probably have to have a like smaller volume, lower volume. Yeah. So I cannot tell you any more than what this is saying. I mean, the pattern doesn't predict the direction. It's just saying. You know what it reminds me of? Implied volatility. It was explained to me last week or a couple of weeks ago. Implied volatility is it just says that this and say it was $10. It could go $10 either way. So it looks like it's the same thing. It's just using it to predict which stocks are likely to make a large price move, but no direction. It cannot tell what direction it's going to happen. I cannot expand on that any more than what's here, Larry. I've never used it. I don't know. All I can do is ask to see if any of the other traders uses it. And see what sort of result I get. Okay, but I've never used it. But I have this feeling because I sort of remember Steve talking about it, Steve Gomez talking about it several weeks ago. Hmm. I guess not. He's saying no. Andy is saying no. We have a lot of alerts and filters that, quite frankly, I wish we just delete them. To be honest, hardly anybody uses. Probably the majority of them. There's only about it's the old 80-20 rule. Maybe it was Jamie. I don't know. So were you just looking at it because you're just going through all the different alerts and filters we have, and you didn't understand it, or was it something that you thought you wanted to use ahead of time and wanted to see if we had it, and you saw that we did, or is it just going through all the different alerts and filters and wondering about it? I can throw that out to the room too. Anybody uses our NR7 alerts? Well, I'm sure there are alerts triggered with the NR7, but does it help you trading? I guess that's the thing. So far, so far, I've had no response from the room in terms of anybody using it, and I've got four now of the trade ideas people saying they don't use it. So really can't help you other than that definition. Well, I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying I don't use it. None of the other traders at Trade Ideas seem to use it. I can't find anybody in our trading room, other trading room, that is using it. But it's there. I guess if a person found a way to use it and they could, and it made sense to use it based on their trading style or plan, I guess so. I guess that's why it's there. But that doesn't mean do not use it. But I don't think probably the majority of our customers don't even know it exists. Number one, we have a lot of alerts and filters that were created many, 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 many years ago, and I've really asked them from time to time, why don't we just go through these and get rid of ones that are hardly used? We run the risk of that one person who uses it screaming and yelling at us, but I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, if because these are drag on our servers, okay? But I can't say don't use it, Larry. I mean, it's I just don't use it, so I can't see for me. I've never even thought about using it. Yeah, well, I mean that would be the obvious thing, Maneem, but I don't run the company, so that's the issue. More is what they're really trying to concentrate on, and is really, quite frankly, not adding alerts or filters. So Shady in our other room says NR7 in theory would be good for finding trades after an impulsive move. For example, a stock that makes, in other words, a stock that makes a relatively outsized move within that specified time frame, and then after some type of consolidation, possible continuation or reversal plays upon the alert. So, it's just not my style because I'm more, for me personally, I'm just more interested in, stocks making new highs and new lows. Um, but that's probably, as the definition said, there could be a move afterwards, but direction unknown. But there could be an impulsive move, as Shady said, but the direction is unknown ahead of time. The direction is unknown ahead of time, of course. All right, guys, let's take a look at Oprah here, OPRA. So they tried to come up with Opera One, the first browser with native AI is ready for download. So this was early this morning. I don't know if there was a. Want to see if it happened overnight. No, but so here's a company. Everybody knows the Opera browser. So here's a company that put AI in the press release. It didn't help at all, not even remotely. I mean, contrast that with the VCIG, and it's a low float too, 16 million in the float, so not high float, but the market couldn't have cared less. Seriously, could not have cared less. Did Mold have a MULN? What was their AI news? Oh, okay, their AI camera sensor. Yeah, but this one is just I mean, this is a completely and utterly beaten up stock. I mean, I get it that maybe there should have been a little pop for it, but yeah, this is, I mean, my goodness, a 16-cent stock, 166 million in the float. I mean, this is just a mess. At least this one was a $2 stock as opposed to a 16-cent stock. And I think again, because it had this move back early May, that is what attracted, I think, a lot of traders to it. Okay, guys, typically this is what I do around this time. I just put myself on mute. I'm still here. I'll hang around till about 3:20, and if you have a question, just ask away. I'll hop right back on the mic. Don't be shy. Let me get rid of the original that message there. So I'm going to just put myself on mute. Well, sorry, Larry. Sorry, I couldn't be more help about that one, but I tried again asking a lot of different people that trade ideas if they use it, and none of them use it. But again, that doesn't mean don't use it, but they have not found a way to use it to any, I guess to any, or maybe they just haven't looked at it hard. We have so many alerts and so many different filters that maybe they just haven't taken a closer look. I don't know. All right, guys, putting myself on mute now. Well, we can't say that nobody uses it, Larry. All I can say is that the guys at Trade IDs don't, but we have thousands of customers. Why we have all these alerts and filters? I usually preface it all by saying, look, we've got thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. There could be several out there that have, read about NR7 and found a way to use it. So that's why we have it, just in case. Oh, I don't want to say no one, but I mean, I can't find anybody at Trade Ideas who's using it, but I can't say that no one is using it. Okay, no, I'm not on a break actually. Well, I do have. Okay, Larry, but we don't scan for the options themselves. Okay, this one, and I'm sharing this. Okay, the option plays as I call it from my home page. what it's showing us, what it can show you, are stocks having abnormal option activity. Okay, that's what it's showing you. So, for instance, let's say a stock over the last 10 days on average has traded 5,000 contracts total. And we have a filter here, 300%. Let's take a look at it. I'll open it. Open it. That's not right. Give me a moment. Will tell me this has been named incorrectly. Oh, no, up the top here. Okay, I'm just talking to myself. Sorry. Okay, so here is okay. So let's just say a stock has normally traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average. If you put 300 in this option today percent filter, a 300 ratio of three, that stock will have to have traded 15,000 contracts. Okay. Let me just show you what the option filters are. Does BMEA show on it? Well, let's see, just for fun. No. Wait a minute. Sorry. Um, yeah. So interesting. I mean, it has traded 1,900 contracts, but we don't have any. I don't know why we don't have a percentage here, and it has traded over 10 days. So I don't have. You would pick one that I don't have an answer for. But for instance, here's OPRA. Okay, not a lot, 2,000 contracts, but that represents eight. That's 184 times normal. Okay, over the last 10 days. So it allows you to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, why? I'm not sure why PMA, because we didn't even have an option volume today percent unless it just didn't want to show up. No, I have no answer for that. I don't know why it's not showing up as a, because it does have options. Yeah, unless over the last 10 days it didn't trade any options other than today, but even then. Andy, ALLG did not show up on our AI today. So I'm not sure when you say anybody's AI have what when you say anyone's AI, you talking about our AI? But these are the alerts that happened today from the AI, and ALLG is not one of them. Yeah, no, well, I don't know. ALLG is not one of the alerts here. Make sure it's not showing up here. No, it's not showing up. So I don't know why AL really. Did you did you have trade ideas running overnight or from last week? Did you shut it down every day? So you're telling me you're telling me that today ALLG is showing up in your list. That is very strange. Anybody else with our premium service and has the AI that ALLG is showing up? Because it's certainly not here on mine. There's something going on then because at 9:30, the first alert, the very first alert is at 9:35. Okay, that it can there's a purposeful delay on all these strategies so that the earliest alert would be at 9:35. So I don't know how an ALLG would show up in here at 9:30. Must be a glitch. I mean, that is something I've never seen. I mean, the earliest alert I've ever seen is 9:35, and that's on purpose. But I'm just kind of asking other people. I'm wondering if that happened to them too. Well, you didn't auto trade it, did you, Dan? I mean, remember now we don't talk about well, we can talk about auto trading, but we don't auto trade the AI. So Lulu would not have shown up. Okay, Larry. Now, yeah, so it's not at 109. 109, okay? Lulu would not have shown up because the option volume today is only 95%. In other words, it's not trading, well, on average, it is not trading what it has on average traded over the last 10 days, as an example. Okay, but this is today. This is not showing at the time that you're talking about 109. You should be able to load it at 4 Eastern. You know, if you get up that early, that should be no problem. I mean, it's not all the time that it can cause a problem, but we've seen enough times where, somebody says, "Hey, what's happening? I'm getting this happening, and it doesn't make any sense." And we find out they've had trade ideas up and running for 10 weeks straight, even though we've told them not to do it. And it's the same type of question we get: Why is this happening? I'm not trying to single nobody in this room that I know of, but we do have serial abusers who do that. And no matter how many times we tell them to shut trade ideas down and reload it in the morning, they don't want to do it. Brooke, now there would be a way, Larry. I suppose if you ran a race and ran a race based on increased option activity. I used to have one like that. Let me see if I still have it. And I can give it to you. And let's just see if I still have that. I think Chris Varley may have something which is increased option activity. Okay, so it's going along, and then all of a sudden the option activity increases. When you do this, actually, there might be a race right here. Just give me a moment. New doc channel bar, show more, and let's go down to we do have an option channel, unusual options. Let's see if there's one that option plays volume, unusually high options volume moving up. Try this one, okay? See what you think. I don't use this, but just see what you think. So this would be stocks. So for instance, so if you can go to if you go to the toolbar, click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar, okay, and then go down, click on show more, scroll down where it says show more, and then you'll find options. And try this one. I'll give it to you. I'll just duplicate it into a free floating window. It's not doing it. Okay, that's not, it's actually the change from the open, which doesn't make any sense to me. It should be the change in option. So I'll tell you what, why don't you do this? I don't, because I don't have it, but I think Chris might have one. If you go to a support at trade-ideas.com. It asks for a race based on increasing options. Let me just see if Chris is around. So the idea would be this, is that something that is having increased option activity would start to, you'll start to see it floating to the top. Okay, here we go. So let's see if Chris he did the same. He said he might have deleted it, but he's going to take a look. Okay, he's going to take a look. Because I think I had one too, but I deleted it. Yeah, I definitely deleted it. Okay, so he gave me a cloud. He's going to take a look at it, and if it's right, if it's correct, then I'll pass it on to you. Okay, and you can run the race, and you can, again, you can always adjust it. Basically, sorting on options. So tell you what, Larry, support at trade-ideas.com. Chris is saying I can put something together, anything specific you want to see. Okay. So why don't you go to support at trade-ideas.com, or you can go to the homepage. Okay. Just give me a moment. I'll give you the link to the homepage, and Chris says he'll try to put something together for you. Okay. Because he has something, but he doesn't think it's going to be exactly what you want. It's not hard. I mean, you just have to have volume as a filter, okay? And then just run the race based on change from when the race started, what is moving the most percentage-wise in terms of option volume. But I think Chris has got something more or less like a template. So let me just, where the heck is our homepage? Oh, don't tell me I deleted our homepage. Okay, if you click on just give me a moment as I type in my homepage, but I wanted the trade idea. I don't know why I don't have our homepage. Must have accidentally deleted it. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? No, probably no, that's getting a little too fine, I think, Larry. You can ask him, but I don't think there's any way we can do that. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, let's see, click on my homepage link, and okay, if you click on about, okay, just click on about, and you see where it says questions and answers popped up. Just click on the questions and answers and ask and say, "Hi, Chris," and tell them exactly what you're looking for. Now, what you just said there, probably we can't do it, but I think we can do something with increasing option activity, increasing option activity. So something that was, trading 100 contracts, now all of a sudden it's 150. Now it's two, now it's 300, now it's 400. You know what I mean? Something that is increasing option activity. Okay. And if you can't help, I will do something. It'll have to be tomorrow though. I actually have an appointment that I have to get to fairly soon. But you know what it is? It's just a matter of doing something like this. Here's the top list. Okay. So you could do it yourself. You could have a top list, and as long as like option contracts, total number of contracts were one of the headers that you have, then you could run the race based on that. But why don't you let him figure it out, okay? And if it doesn't work, just come back tomorrow and I'll try to help. So again, when you click on my homepage, click on the about and then help, okay? Or click. Okay, you got it. So click on my homepage link and then scroll to the top and click on about. Actually, even my homepage link must have the questions and answers. It'll eventually pop up. But definitely, if you click on about and then the questions and answers pops up, click on the ask, and then you can start from there. Okay. Okay, guys. I think that is it for me today. I will, as I said, I do have a little meeting I have to get to fairly soon, so I will exit. Get my script together here. Well, all you got to do is click on my link, click on about, and that box will pop up. So that's pretty simple. You're welcome, guys. All right, I'll open the room tomorrow I'll be on the mic on all the rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time, okay, in the morning. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.